You tell Lauren to join. So, with all due respect, sorry about that. I had to do something. So, oh, with all due respect, I forgot my phone had its volume was up. So that could have been a disaster. I'm sorry, you guys just heard double of me. But, anyways, let's get back to it. This is our single and only tornado warning so far. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised it wasn't the groom. I don't feel good right now. Um, uh, they let the severe thunderstorm warning go on that. Yeah, I know what this mesoscale. Who can be calling? Hold up, it's my. Yes. It's for you. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Can't ignore your mother, can you? Um, so currently, this is a tornado, and right here is the classic V signature. Also, you're seeing that I can't say much, but that eagle. We call it the eagle signature or the wing signature. So we could be getting a strong tornado out of this at any given point in time. If you live in Paducah, I would be watching this storm rather closely as it has some large hail. And I believe, let me turn on severe thunder. I turned the severe thunderstorm warnings off. But there is a tornado watch currently. Um, let's go up to weather alert settings. Yes, you guys are. They can probably cancel this tornado warning because it is moving out of that warned box. So, mesoscale discussion. All right. Okay. Let's go to the SPC site, which you guys are not on. Now that transition was better. Let's go to mesoscale discussions. 647. This is the 647th. The tornado threat for Tornado Watch 176 continues to increase. In storm coverage expected this evening. Given current visibility satellite trends and expected increase in mid-level forcing very/large hail and tornadoes possibly strong. Keyword possibly. Possibly. Keyword possibly. Strong are the expected expected hazards. So from there on, that's going to be your threat, okay, people? So if you are in mid, you should get under and stay ready for this. Also, new date to the outlook. So FDR R. I wonder what's happening with the string currently, but um, yeah, so if you guys are joining me, leave a like, right now. So, this is national the overview of the tornado watch. Dallas Fort Worth is not included in this. So that's your tornado watch areas. Within a 25-mile point of a radius. That is actually your 25-mile point radius right there. And I could do that and address it by booming. So, did they finally unobserve it? Potawatomi and Seminole, what the heck am I, Seminole. Oh, God. Oh, God. That's very textbook. We're seeing, I'm getting flashbacks from that. What the flip? No, get out of here. Don't, what? Why would I want Google on this? We are seeing, very textbook. Right there's gonna be your tornadic rotation, and this is, hooking right into it. Sheesh. I'm getting flashbacks, people. I am getting major flashbacks. Oh, God. Seminole, be prepared. If you live in Mod, get underground or get in an innermost part of your house. I definitely do not know what's going on. All I know is that's freaking strong. What? What do I do? Do I... Oh. Huh? Never mind, I actually hate linear mode now. Linear mode sucks. I'd rather cellular. And this is tracking to the northeast. Geez, at what mileage? At 30 miles an hour. And that's a very textbook I'm saying here. Looks like to be passing right over mod. We're pretty freaking close. We're going to take this all the way into right there. 30 mph. What's going to happen? Pleasant Grove in 19 minutes, and Pleasant Grove has nobody living there. Nice to know. So this right here is something textbook. That is textbook. I mean, look. You're going to see that. Whew. Or, you could do it hooking like that. That is like the worst possible hook I would ever see in my life. Or that is actually a real big deal. If you see that, someone literally just said in Discord, what if we see a donut? I would be scared. And everyone in school knows I'm not scared of tornadoes. Well, truly, I think I would be scared because who knows the flippin' environment? I'm getting flashbacks to the more tornado right now, not gonna lie. Oh, they finally severe warned this. Without a tornado possible tag. Nice. That doesn't even have one. That doesn't even have one. This better have one. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Boing, 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 boing. Alright, so, Seminole, I would just be, prepping my, severe weather. Oh, my dog's seizing. That's bad. Anyways, I would just be prepping my tornado stuff. Truly, right now, 17 warnings. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Where's the 17th one? Hold, do, twice, uno, dos, tres, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, that's becoming a lot of textbooknessy here. Look at... Does that not define a hook? Like, even a fishing hook. I'm going to zoom really far. I'm going to put a fishing hook. Those two are very similar. In a whole lot of ways. If you put it like that, it literally looks like a hook. So, and this is taking this direction. It's expected to take that track. So it's going to miss Henrietta. But Okmulgee If this stays together, you might want to watch out for a tornado. 2 Ash Track 5. Is that what I'm seeing? 2 Ash Track 5. I will be right back. I got ticket number 2. This isn't my receipt. Papa, 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 Papa. No! It's observed. Damaging tornado is on the ground. A broadcast media. Dog, no way. Hey, only 2 of the 3 tornado warnings is observed, people. I find that good news, but I also find that the best news ever. Hold up. Stop. Wait a minute. It's a chopper. Trooper. It's a super duper trooper. Super duper trooper. Super duper trooper. We're putting on the glove for the weather area. This isn't my receipt. Alright, now my mouse should functionate better. Let's hope so. Oh, yeah. Yes, Dada. So the closest radar to this warning is actually KTLX. Was there some left in there? Oh. So the Seminole is looking, what is that Seminole? That storm doing south of Seminole? If you live in Seminole, get underground. What is the storm south of Seminole doing? Oh. That is embarrassing. If you live in Seminole, go get underground. Its current track. I can't draw straight. If you can't see it, it's moving right at you. If it's not moving, it's probably moving right at you. Poppy. So this storm is moving right towards Muskogee. It appears to say a bit north. If it was moving that way, east, that's what it would do. If it was moving that way, you follow us, go why it's moving. It's not moving that much northeast. I think it's that northeast. So it could clip parts of northern. As it moves at 45 miles an hour, we're going to track it up north, more north. I don't want to be with you. Just told me about my heart. Seminole only has so Seminole. Baby, in 2 more minutes. This makes me want to do something. I did not realize that was going to be as big as it was. 622. So to Springdale, Arkansas, 59 minutes. So if a tornado, I called it! I am the best! Hey, can you come let Doggo out? See? I'm letting Doggo out. I'm all BRB. BRB. Don't move. Hands up. That is embarrassing. Get on the ground. I'm not saying. Boom. Join the stream, bro. What the flip? Hell, man. What the shit? I'm reach. This is going to be tornadic. We've been here with the first tornado warning and the last. Probably not the last of the day. No, it is not PDS. But yes, it is a tornado warrant. A damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirm. Is Reed Timmer on this storm? Shut up! Don't move! Shut up! Don't move! I did not know anybody could hear that. My bad. So that means my audio is loud enough for you guys to keep back here. Why is my audio here? We good? For you guys to keep back here. Why is my audio here? How about here? My audio good here? Big brain. How about here? My audio good here? Big brain. Yeah, so, if you are in Seminole, be ready for this tornado. Oh, is this a better mic position? Nope, 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 nope. This seems like the best. Okay, I am very disoriented right now. That is embarrassing. Oh, King, Texas tornado on the ground. But we are tracking Oklahoma's because this is going into a very populated area. I'm starting to wonder. Some pretty strong hook. That's your inflow. This your outflow. That is amazing. Right? I want to see, do we have a CC drop? Never mind that. Uh, it was a prank call. That is some tight circulation in Seminole. Oh wait, it just changed its track, didn't it? It changed its track. So we're gonna have to watch this storm very closely. Seminole, you guys just got hit by a tornado. And now it's your turn to go back underground. It just went right over Seminole. Has it dropped a tornado? It dropped, I think. It's dropping right over Seminole. I cannot tell yet. Let's take a look at velocity. It's right over Seminole right now. This is embarrassing. This is Seminole Nation, people. FYI. This is in the heart of Seminole, and it is going through the heart of Seminole Nation. Holy um 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 anybody else see that? Oh my god. Sheesh. I don't know what the rotation is. There's no way that's all just rotating. So now this right here is inflow feeding into the storm. Outflow, inflow feeding into the storm. Gee. It's pushing, it's really wrapping in there. I am currently pleading with you guys, get in here. I can't say this enough. This is a massive tornado if it's on the ground. Seminole, you guys are getting impacted as we speak. So, probably not anymore. Seminole, yes, it is still tornado warned. So I'm doing a screen recording now. So that newest radar scan. So that is your deal here. I gotta change my deal to black for you guys. But here we are. Here we are with this severe thunderstorm tornado warning. And so, let's all do this. This is where your rotation is. That's feeding in. And that's feeding in. Causing rotation. So this is your big time inflow here. That hooking is the inflow. This is your outflow. It's like that. I'm messing up. Why do I want to do that? And so, as we get this, that's producing the hook. And right, see, we got that. And we got this amazing little deal. And right within here is that rotation. And I can confirm that by velocities. If I go to high res velocity, what bing? Bada bing, bada boom. That's your rotation. Bada bing, bada boom. And we pass the vibe check for knowing what we do. Let's get a correlation coefficient here. I'm controlling two devices, my phone and the TV. And appears we have a tornado on the ground. Appears we have a tornado on the ground. Let's take a look at reflectivity. Still, yep. 655 to 653. And so, I'm going to redraw this a bit further out. Jeez. It's your inflow. This is your outflow. Right in the center of that is the rotation. And that is what we call a supercell. And also, not to brag here, so this is headed right for the Okima area. So if you are in Okima, go ahead and be underground now. Or you are not currently obligated to be underground, but I would really be recommending it in a couple minutes at least. Cheetah, look what you made me do. So, with all of this being in play, looks like we may be getting a tornado. That thing's truly starting to wrap around itself. And that is bad. If this thing wrapped around itself, we could see a good, strong tornado. So, apparently, Okima just went under SVRC, SVRW, which is a warning. This isn't my receipt. This isn't my receipt. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. Question mark? So, with all of this being put into play, I will be right back in a minute. I am doing some stuff. I was watching a TikTok. So this tornado warning is still in play here, as it is on the ground. Every storm really just went tornadic. Every storm is now on the ground. Every storm just went tornado. Fied. So I can clearly define this tornado. So that is actually the hook right there. So megas. Bro. So, this is currently back tornado warning. Um, Sorry, my guys. I'm back. And so this is on the ground, and this is headed for the Okima regions. We originally thought Henrietta. No, it's going for Okima areas. So they did drop the tornado warning on this storm just south of Norman. And that storm is following this tornado's footprint steps. This tornado's footsteps started from over here, and that's what it did. And it's been on this northeasterly track for a long time now. Ah. So, is every tornado warning still? Yep, observed. A damaging broadcast media confirmed tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. Are you? Hey, they only put them under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, and the tornado is still on the ground. So, yeah, my brother's about to get impacted by a tornado. So if you live in this area, and pretty much if you live in this area, this is your tornado right there, and it is moving. And let me get a timing, cause that's 35 mile per hour. Okemo will be hit in 32 minutes by a tornado. Wow, what is this new tornado warning? That tornado just took a straight turn, Dad. Yeah. We're watching multiple areas. I zoomed in on this area, preparing. And what do I prepare for? That is the past. That's the hook will be right here. And now it's taking a north turn. I'm not even controlling right now. Stop! Bro, what the heck? Am I getting... Does somebody have a wireless mouse right now? I can't even stop it. Stop! What the heck? My mouse ain't working. Let me try using track. Nope. Oh, I forgot I ain't got no trackpad. I deleted that part of this computer. Guys, I do not know what's happening. I know who it is. They gone. Oh, damn. It's recycling. Holy shit. Oh. Well, we are going to do something, you guys. I don't know how many people will hate me for doing this, but I am going to be lazy for a little bit until this goes into, you know what, I'm going to go KJRH. Poppy. I'm a poppy. I am going to be lazy for a couple minutes, so. And you guys will still be getting Poppy. Jeff Hardy! News Oklahoma. Chickens. 7 4 KTUL. So we're getting lazy. Pew, pew, pew. Come on. I can't get lazy. Tune into the stream and see. Oh, Kima's going under a tornado warning here in a little bit. So. I need to know ASAP. Hey, dog. What about us? Not much right now. The storm is moving northeast, so you should be safe right now. %15 chance of a tornado. If you want to text me, do it in the live stream chat because you are being seen. Mushroom chocolate. What the heck? Who dat? Oh. So Beard and Okima, be prepared, because this is headed straight for you, or it's going to take that north track, because they got 2 tornado warnings on this storm. Never mind, 1, because it just got canceled. Yeah, I know. And what are they doing in Okima? Oh, so we're fine. Hey, Henrietta's safer. RN, yes. Right now. RN, yes, sir. RN, yes, sir. RN, yes, sir. RN, yeah. Right now, yeah, we're fine. So, with all Okima's under tornado warning. If you live in Okima, go underground, either get into the innermost center part of your house, avoid windows, because this is Castle Beard and Okima. Go get underground, because this thing is headed straight for you if you are in Okima. And do not drive on I-40. That is a dangerous spot right now. So if you're in from Faro, Oklahoma to Little on I-40, you need to be underground. From Faro to Little, do not drive on those roads of Oklahoma. On I-40, I mean. Do not drive I-70. Wait, you can drive I-75, my bad. Because I-70 is not a thing. So, Cromwell, you need to be underground. Underground. So, with all of this being said, it is radar indicated. I have family who is in Okima. They are already alert of this. So you guys truly need to be underground for a long time ahead. For the next 39 minutes or longer, however long the National Weather Service keeps us, you guys need to be in your tornado safe place. So, probably about 5 hours. Probably about 5 hours. God, that's a big text I just sent on accident too. So if you are in Okima, you might want to be underground, cause that thing in Okima is headed straight for Okima. So, Okima getting some rain right now. So yeah. Probably gonna be streaming for next 5 to 7 hours. Don't know. probably going to be streaming for the next 5 hours. So, with all this being said, anybody got anything to say? Okima, you are under a tornado warning. And if you do not know what a tornado warning is, well, Google it, because I'm not really in the mood to tell you guys. Oh. Let's go. What is this? 649. What is mesoscale discussion? 6. Is it in a line or cellular mode? Update, Thaden. My brother is now in the cellar. We're at... Shit. Fucking Okima. Flippin' Okima. In Okima. Flip in Okima. Flip in Okima. Ah! And this... Why? What's wrong with you guys' view? That's about 2 counties over us, so... Alright, we are back. Okay. Oh, that is a significant debris ball. Uh, if you live in Okima, get underground. Oh my gosh, bro. Where's my brother? Sup, Thaden? My brother. My brother is in this. Nader warning. Nader warning. Dude, I am on the edge of scared for my brother right now, guys. Knowing he's in a safe place is pretty good. Oh. Everybody, I'd like to make you guys meet Dan. Dan lives in Okima. I'm bringing him into the stream. Dan! Come on! Dan! Dan! He's on Discord somewhere, being lost in the ocean. He cannot hear me, so my dog is looking at me like, what the hell, man? Who the fuck is Dan? So, PSA. My dog is looking at me like, what the hell, man? Who the fuck is Dan? That is impossible. Okima. Jeez, Okima. Kickapoo. So this is a current overlook. War. This is how. This is how. Nah. Is that all this is going to be? Wardlow, Wardlow. Why the flip is that even a mesoscale discussion? So we will be book after this commercial message from Geico. Geico saves you a lot of money. Large tornado. Large tornado. It's wedge. It's a wedge. It's a wedge. It's a wedge. It is a wedge going right over my brother's house. Going right over my brother's house. Dayton, this is bad for me. Dayton. It's crossing Interstate 40 now. It's going right for the heart of Okima. Crossing I-40 right now. It's going right over my brother's house. About to. Oh, God. What the? Who that? What? No, this is on channel 2. Right there. That's the tornado. There are people. Looks to pass just north. What town? Okima, it's going right over my brother's house. So because it has weakened some, reason why I'm doing this, I'm trying to find out what's going on. This is going right for my brother. Right for him or just north.
This shows if you go 38 or 1070 road.
Yeah.
Let me get back. See, he's on 31.
30,
30,
3880. 3800.
38. Okay, he's on 38.
Yes, we do.
This 38 is one road over.
Let's take a look at correlation coefficient.
See if I can see the map again. Okay, here's 3800 road. There's 1060. Here's 3800 road right here. Here's 1070 road.
So that's about where he's at right here.
Right there.
Oh.
That's about where he's at right now.
So let's hope it is. Beggs is now under a tornado warning. Another tornado. Hey, we got triplets. Hey, we got triplets. Triplets. Same storm. Triplets. Muskogee County is now under a tornado warning.
I figured they would be.
Triplets. Purcell. Never mind. It's near the pink Shawnee area. Yeah. The storm is now moving east. Sheesh. Viper. So the reason why I am doing this, guys, my brother
at 844 if it holds together. Natura at 854, Pumpkin Center 903, Hectorville at 905, and that gets it close to Tulsa. And we're going to have to see how this evolves and where, if it takes more of a right turn and tries to hug the stronger area of instability to the south. We were looking at the warm front, and it's definitely south of Tulsa, that's for sure, certain. It almost extends. So the latest that I was looking at was that here's the warm front right through here. It almost extends back to the north a little bit. So there is a bit of a bump in the Muskogee and the Porter area that we're going to have to watch out for as that warm front continues to evolve. And warm front over time is going to lift to the north. And what we're going to hope for is that we get a pretty good area of activity move through and kind of suppress it back to the south some overnight tonight. That will probably be the case later tonight. All right, so here we go. 2 tornado warnings plus the green. That's a flash flood warning where James is located. Have we heard from James at all? So also another one, a cell that Michael Sagar is getting back on in the Tecumseh area. And so once we get confirmation that we have these chasers on air, we'll get to them immediately. But this storm, again, history of producing tornadoes. Let's check in with Karen Larson at the news desk as she's had a lot of damage and a lot of power outages. Karen?
Absolutely, Mike. What we're talking about tonight right now is OG&E probably reporting the most across the state with over 11,600 outages, about 1,700 customers without power in the Oklahoma City area, but really the most of them are in Seminole County. We've got 6,600 customers there without power and over 2,500 in Hughes County. This is the areas where we were talking about tornadoes possibly touching down and causing damage. We've seen some of the damage from our TV partner Coco in Oklahoma City. So that is where we're seeing some damage. Now PSO really reporting very minor outages, about 400 customers, mostly centered in Nowata. We did have a cell that produced a severe thunderstorm warning a little bit earlier tonight, dropping some penny-sized hail according to the National Weather Service, and that has about 200 customers without power. I did also check tonight for you with the Oklahoma Association of Electric Co-ops. Those are the co-ops all the way across the state. They don't have any significant outages to report whatsoever. So that's the latest on the power outages. Again, about 6,600 customers out in the Seminole County area, 2,500 in Hughes County, and about 1,700 in Oklahoma County. Right now, we're doing okay in Northeast Oklahoma. We will keep you posted. Back to you, Mike.
All right. Thank you very much, Karen. Appreciate that. What you don't see behind the scenes is that we're still all battery operated on our mics and our IFB that we lure our producers on. And I've talked so much it's died. So I had to get a new battery there. All right. So as we take a look at dual Doppler, we still have the tornado warning in the Okemah area. This storm is becoming a little more disorganized again than we saw earlier today, or at least just a few minutes ago. Rebecca, sorry, because I lost my FB. Could you remind me who's on the line with us right now? Okay, just let me know when we get one of the chasers out there to get an idea of how this storm has progressed. This is a storm capable of producing a tornado still showing signs of some rotation. We've got James Rogers there. We have Again, Mike Scantlin in that vicinity. And again, this is a tornado warning that continues for western Muskogee County, eastern portions of Muskogee County. This is a dangerous situation. Take cover immediately. The storm has had the history of producing a very strong tornado earlier today, and we've seen a tornado on with it just about 10-15 minutes ago. So James continues to watch that, moving to the northeast. And so this area of rotation continues to move northeast towards Sunrise, moving towards the Brundage area. Back to reflectivity, I'll give you storm track on this as this becomes a little more disorganized. You can see that it's losing its structure some. We look at velocities, there's still some low-level rotation with it. And so let's go back to velocities again. So Sunrise, you still need to take your tornado safety precautions. Move to the side, inner part of your house. Stay away from outside walls or windows. And again, moving to the northeast, 25-30 miles per hour. Mulkey at 8:55, Morris at 9:05, Natura at 9:11, Pumpkin Sitter at 9:19. All these areas. All right, so okay, let's do we have James or okay. Okay, let's go to, okay, we have a possible tornado near the, let's hold off on Teague, guys, just yet. Teague's still on that one to the southwest. So let's see if we can get a hold of Scantlin or James. We do have a funnel cloud reported with this storm with James Rogers, where he's at. Do we have his shot at all? We'll try to get that going. And so this area is still showing signs of rotation. We look at our rotation detector, it's still locked in on this, moving towards the Sunrise area. Again, a storm that has had a funnel cloud with this, where James is at right now. And we'll get confirmation, yep, we still have that rotation. Okay, so we still have this rotation, and that's probably where that funnel cloud is right now. And Haverfield, are you texting him, letting him know that? Okay, thank you. All right, James, do you have the funnel cloud with this storm?
Mike, I mean, right about the time you guys called me, the rain wrapped around the rotation, the area of rotation right here, and I can't see past the hood of my truck right now.
Okay, did you at least see any type of funnel cloud develop off that?
No, I didn't see anything. And the rain hit, and visibility went to zero.
Okay, what are the winds like in that area?
We're probably 40-ish maybe, and we're getting west, and then we're getting east winds.
Okay, so you're right, just to the south of the rotation, so it'd just be to your north.
Right.
Look at reflectivity here, and yeah, it would be anything. Obviously you're in the rain right now. So this storm continues to track to the northeast towards Sunrise. We had a report of a funnel cloud just southwest of Sunrise, about 4 miles, so really generally in your area. But obviously it's going to be rain wrapped, so that's going to be difficult to see. And so Scantlin right now, too, is just your south. He's going to reroute and try to get ahead of it and head north towards the Mulkey area and reposition, because I know that area you're in is a little bit difficult to navigate, especially with cell coverage. We lost your shot, James, so if you could work on that, I don't know if that's possible, or if you get that going again. So we're going to watch this again. Still tornado warning in effect for Sunrise, moving towards Old Mulkey. Take your tornado precautions immediately. This is a very dangerous system moving to the northeast. Here's the latest track on this. This is going to take it into the Brundage area, 857, Old Mulkey at 9 o'clock, Morris at 9:11, Pumpkin Sitter at 9:25. We still have a tornado radar indicated, according to the National Weather Service. And so we are looking at this warm front to see how far north this warm front can make it as it tries to gradually lift to the north. And I think that's why Tulsa's under this tornado watch, because as I mentioned before, with the tornado watch in effect, areas of the north and Tulsa, you're thinking, well, if the warm front's that far south, why should I be concerned in Tulsa? Well, because the warm front is going to try to move a little further north with time. And so it might make it as far north as Broken Arrow and Bixby. I think that would be the worst case scenario of as far north as it could make it. Most likely it's going to stay in this general vicinity, northern Muskogee County, and these storms, these supercells are going to hug right along it. And because this is, it's saying, hey, I need food, so the food is the warm, moist, unstable air south of the warm front. And so that's what it's going to continue to try to grab along and hold on to as it moves to the east. Another storm now southwest is Seminole. That is severe, has had the history of producing a tornado with that as well. And so we're going to be watching that as it gets closer to Okemah, or I should say Seminole, that was hit earlier. But it's this cell here. Look at this thing still wrapping up. I mean, this thing is just not giving up. And so, again, getting closer to Okmulgee. Okmulgee, take those tornado precautions, especially on the southwest side as this storm. Yeah, look at this. So just north of James, we have area rotation. We look at velocities, and right in here where James is at. James, are you still on the line with us? Okay, so
Yeah.
James?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Any new development with that just to your northeast?
No, I still can't see anything. The rain is just too heavy. I have no visibility whatsoever. Winds picked up a little bit, probably about 60 now out of the west.
That makes sense, James. That makes sense. So what's happening here is James is getting inflow from the backside of the cell, and the inflow here, and this is where we have the rotation. So we've seen the increase in velocities with this, and so this is a potential for a tornado right in the Sunrise area. Again, Sunrise, take cover. I know we've had this warning ongoing for a little while, and again, we've had, I believe, Michael, we got to stay with this storm here, just FYI. This is immediate in our viewing area. So we were just talking to James, so I appreciate that update from James. Is James still on James, you still on the line with me? Okay. All right, so this is the storm that we need to really pay close attention to. I know Scantlin is, hey, James, are you still with us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So James, just stick with us here as you're our chaser on that storm. Mike is repositioning along I-40. He's going to head east and then north to 75. So you're near that area of rotation. So you have winds. Have you seen any damage on your trail on this area?
No, I saw a lot of leaf litter on the roads that we hadn't seen before because I backed up a little bit. But really, other than that, I haven't seen anything.
Okay, and this is chasing here in eastern Oklahoma this time of year. This is the tough part, and this is where it gets really dangerous. It's blinding rain. We have a lot of moisture here in eastern Oklahoma. It's difficult to see. Obviously, James, experienced driver, you can see just the water puddling on the roadway there, and we're going to have to wait for lightning to give us backlight to this. And this is storm chasing, unfortunately, in eastern Oklahoma. But this cell is very intense still. And this cell still has the capability of producing a tornado. And so we are looking at velocities here. And this storm still wrapped up quite well in the Sunrise area. Look at this right now, potential tornado north of Sunrise. Now moving to the northeast towards Brundridge, heading towards Okmulgee, staying just southeast of Park Wheeler Corner. Again, if you live in these areas, you need to take your tornado precautions because sometimes you get rear flank downdraft winds that are going to be strong up to 60, 70 miles per hour as this thing continues to rotate. And you can see the history of it tracking from Okemah, just north of Okemah. See it north of Okemah, now moving to the north of Sunrise, moving to the northeast towards Okmulgee, and heading towards the Shoulter area. It should stay just north of you in Shoulter, heading towards Highway 75. Here's the southern half of Tulsa County, and you can see distance-wise, it's not too far from Tulsa. And we're going to pay close attention this storm to see how far north it can travel. Our data was bringing it into southeastern Tulsa County earlier today. Going to have to wait, how this evolves. What I hope this does is just disorganizes, as we keep getting in more populated areas. We don't want this to stick around. It is going through kind of a metamorphosis, whether it's trying to regain its strength or maybe this cell to the southwest is picking up steam. We're going to have to watch that, as that will soon be in our viewing area in western Okemah or western Muskogee. So Rebecca, when we get, this is our producer Rebecca extraordinaire, once it gets onto this area, then we can take these guys down here, okay? Just FYI. So we're going to stick with this one as this tornado warning continues with Mike now south of the area of rotation. There's no, he can't see anything. It's just rain wrapped if there is a tornado there. What I hope is happening is this thing will fizzle and cycle out as it gets closer to Okmulgee, because this is getting dangerously close. And this storm still has a rotation with it. And so this is the area of rotation near sunrise, now lifting northeast and heading into the Okmulgee area. James, give us an update on what you're seeing with that storm. Still just a lot of heavy rainfall? Okay, so we don't have James. And so this storm, again, tracking to the northeast towards the Brundage area, heading towards Okmulgee. Very heavy rainfall. If there is a tornado in this, it is rain wrapped. I mean, you can see just the wall of water circulating or around the circulation. The area of circulation become a little more broad. It's still there. It's hard to imagine if there's still a tornado on the ground, but it's very possible. And it's going to be difficult to see because of the heavy rainfall in that vicinity. Meteorologist John Haverfield is in the Storm Center watching this along with me. John, what are some of the updates that you've seen come into the weather office?
Yeah, Mike, we're still watching the evolution of this supercell here in the Okmulgee area, and as you were saying, it's got more of a meaty structure to it now, I guess you could say, whereas earlier, we take this back to 8:26, about 10 minutes ago, it had more of that classic supercell look, but now watch it as it evolved closer toward Okmulgee. Everything is just wrapped in rain right now. This is what we call an HP supercell, so a high precipitation supercell. It's going to make it a little more dangerous to see because the rotation, or if there is a tornado, it's going to be embedded within the rain. So right now we're seeing that rotation just to the northeast of the Sunrise area, about 10 miles southwest of Okmulgee. So folks in Okmulgee definitely need to be in their safe spot. The good news right now, it doesn't look quite as organized as it had just in the past several radar scans. Interesting note too, Mike, that I've seen with some of these supercells is sometimes you can get supercells that have such massive inflow like these that will actually suck the warm front up. It'll actually bring the warm front up with it further north. So that could act like a catalyst to push that warm front even further north because that storm is actually just sucking that warm air in. So that's kind of what's happening right now because the warm front has moved further north over the past hour or so, and it's likely these storms are picking that warm front up and pushing it further north. And that means the tornadic potential with these two supercells will persist on over the next couple of hours. And another interesting note, the low-level jet has kicked in with the setting of the sun. That means the low-level winds are starting to intensify, and I think that's what's keeping this further north cell alive, Mike, into the Okmulgee area right now, is that we're starting to see that low-level jet kick in, and it's maintaining that mesocyclone, that rotation. But as of right now, nothing looks very defined, and certainly doesn't look as defined as it did whenever it impacted Okemah, Mike.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. It looks a lot, really kind of just junky, kind of meaty,
Yeah.
not as well defined as was earlier, but we can't let our guard down just yet. As we see this area of rotation continue, it is not as strong as it was, but it's still there, and sometimes these things cycle through. But the general trend, I mean, I like how you mentioned that sometimes this can help force the warm front even further north. So we're going to have to see how that evolves with time. We can see the other severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now near Tecumseh, heading towards Seminole, and that's where meteorologist Michael Sagar is. But Mike Scantlin is, can we get him back on the line so we can check back in with him along I-40? I'm sure he has a pretty good signal with that being near this area. And so he's of course, watching this just to his northwest. If anything, it is developing at this current time. It's definitely rain wrapped as it tracks the northeast towards Brundridge and Okmulgee. Okmulgee, our friends in Okmulgee, I know you're watching this very closely. Let's go to Viper 4D, and we'll see the rotation on this one. And we can see that this cell is just, you can see it's just not where we had the reds earlier. That continues to track northeast. James, has this weakened some in your perspective? And so this storm, again, moving towards the Brundage area, heading towards Okmulgee and Morris, is weakening some. We hope that trend continues. We saw that earlier, and then it regained strength once again. John?
Yeah, just real quick, I want to show some video that we got in from Mike Scantlin on Skype too. This was the tornado just a couple of hours ago near the Maud area. So this is near the Seminole area, and you can see just it's going to re-rack here, but he's coming down the dirt road, and you'll see the tornado show itself. There it is. It's right in the middle of your screen. You can see it rotating there on the ground, some debris in the air as well, and it's just above that power pole there as it continues to spin. Again, this was just to the west of the Seminole area. Again, this was earlier, just to the west of the Seminole area, likely the same tornado that impacted parts of Seminole, Mike.
Okay, and so this is, again, a very huge tornado that we saw earlier near Bearden, Oklahoma, a huge tornado in Seminole, Oklahoma, that caused damage. We also have, again, storms to our southwest that are still tornadic, so this is going to be ongoing for quite some time. And meteorologist Michael Sagar, our lead chaser in the field, has been watching this. Let's go to Mike Scantlin, our lead chaser, and talk to him. And Mike, as you look back to your northwest, the storm, give us an update on what you're seeing.
I can kind of see a lowering back there in the lightning. It is way wrapped in rain, and it is way curled kind of northward into the core. I mean, radar, I'm sure you can see it on radar. It's very, very wrapped up in the rain back there. But a lot of Scuddy-looking inflow features. I mean, it is north of the warm front, but we still do have like 60-plus degree dew points north of the warm front. So I wouldn't count this thing out. This big, strong mesocyclone, they can power through that stable air as long as that stable layer is thin enough for, it's called dynamic piping, and it'll kind of just plow through it until the meso weakens. So this is just kind of a leftover spin from earlier. It is north of the warm front, but it is still churning. And, I can't see that it's on the ground, but it is very low back there, way tucked back into the rain, Mike. And this is going to be moving very close to Okmulgee here in 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, it sure is. It's, again, the cycle process continues with this. It's pretty amazing that it's just not giving up. And it intensifies, it weakens, and then it intensifies again. And right now we've seen a slight intensification with it once again. So there is still rotation. I mean, look at James Rogers, where he's at, just to the northeast of where he's at. We still have that weak rotation with this. And so that's why a tornado warning continues for this storm. And so, again, we're watching this as it moves to the northeast. Tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. We have two storms that are capable of producing a tornado. One in the Okmulgee area. Two, a storm down towards the Seminole area. And these two storms continue to move to the northeast. And even though, as Mike mentioned, that it is north of the warm front per se, there is the potential that warm front is now pushed a little further to the north, and that's why this storm's able just to hang tight in its strength. Then we just have a beast of a storm to our southwest that's truly impressive. And again, meteorologist Michael Sagar's been on that, and Justin Teague have been on that as well. And it is getting late at night, and so it is going to be difficult to see with any chasers out in the field. Just the amount of moisture in the air, and it's all going to be, you're going to have lightning to give you some backlight. Even that, with the heavy rainfall in that area, very difficult to see. But we have to rely on our radar systems and look at velocities to continue to show right where James is at. And once you let me know when James is back on the line, still that area of rotation to his northeast, a new tornado warning now extended further northeast into much of Okmulgee County, all the way up towards Bald Hill and Pumpkin Center. It's just for the fact that this storm has hit the history of producing a significant tornado. And it continues to show signs of rotation now northeast of Sunrise, moving into Okmulgee County, getting closer to Okmulgee. Again, if you live in Okmulgee, take your tornado precautions now as this tornado warning has been extended further northeast. This is a powerful storm. James, there we are. James, give us an update on what you're seeing right now with this storm. And you have to bear with us here. Unfortunately, in this region, cell coverage is tough, and we'll probably get him on the line, and then, my luck, right when I toss to him, his signal goes out. But we're going to keep trying because he's there watching this, and he has the best view out of anyone of this storm. And so this is a storm still capable of producing a tornado near the Sunrise area, moving to the northeast towards Brundage and heading towards Okmulgee, heading towards Highway 75. We'll try to keep Scantlin on the line as well because we need these guys to keep checking in with them to give us an update on what they're seeing from the ground. It's really important. Here's the area of rotation. You see, normally we get this little donut hole feature on Viper right here. That's normally indicative of a tornado on the ground. Normally. So there's definitely probably a wall cloud here, and just northwest of Wilson, that's where we would have the strongest area of rotation. And we can see those deeper purples on reflectivity, and sure enough, on our velocities, we're showing that sign of rotation right now. Here's Wilson in Okmulgee County. Here's Okmulgee. Look at this storm just to your southwest, still potentially a rain-wrapped tornado within that. So that's moving to the northeast towards Okmulgee, head towards the Brundage area, towards Morris and Bald Hill. In its current trajectory, if I drew a line northeast, it would take it to the Wagner area in time. And eventually it's going to try to keep pushing east. It's going to try as it slows down some, which it already has. And just keep me updated in my ear if we get any of these guys back on here, so that I have an idea where they are. Okay, thank you very much, TJ. I appreciate that. TJ, our director, helping me out here as we look at velocities. Again, rotation, what hoping is that it's starting to fan out just a little bit or gust out some and lose its circulation features. And that's been the general trend. It's torqued up and it's fizzled. It's torqued back up and it's fizzled, and that's very common with discrete supercells, especially once we get into this late at night and we start to lose some of the instability. But as John mentioned, low-level jet starts kicking in, and that could add some more fun to the system. All right, so we've got Justin Teague out in this storm. We've got Michael Sagar as well, our lead meteorologist in the field. And once we get a hold of them, we will check in with them once my production crew lets me know. And so we'll go to one of them. Let's go to John. Let's head on over to John. John, for an update.
Yeah, John, Mike, I just want to show everybody kind of the bigger picture and let everybody know we're just looking at the tornadic storms to the south of Tulsa. Everywhere north of there, we're not seeing any severe storms right now. You can see some scattered thunderstorm activity northwest of the Tulsa area now through Osage County, and then some stronger activity up toward the Miami area. Again, that's moving to the north and east, but this activity here is not severe. You'll likely just see some heavy rain and maybe some brief gusty winds. That's about it. Again, we're mainly focused on these two supercells to the south of Tulsa. Mike.
Okay, so that's what we're watching. Let's go further back to the southwest. We have a tornado confirmed on the ground. Justin Teague. Justin, give us an update on this storm moving north of Seminole. This is the same area that got hit by the tornado earlier this evening. Justin?
Yes, Mike, exactly. I actually just drove through the damage path a minute ago. That was kind of weird because we were questioning whether it was new damage or old damage given the current situation. We determined that
So once again losing because of cell technology, unfortunately. You think about the folks that live in these areas that have to deal with those on a daily basis, and the heavy rain definitely not helping out at all either. So James Rogers still on the storm. Scantlin in the Henrietta area. We should be getting his shot. I mean, he's on I-40, so that should have some good. Okay, let's take Scantlin's picture right now as we look at this storm continuing to track to the east. Again, this is a storm that's had the history of producing a tornado with it as it tracks east, so northeast towards the Okmulgee area. This is a storm capable still of producing a tornado that we're watching very closely. John?
Yeah, Mike, again, this storm here not looking too organized at the moment in terms of tight rotation, but for folks in the Okmulgee area, again, you're going to want to be in that safe area because while we don't have anything confirmed on the ground, these things can intensify pretty quick, and with it being rain-wrapped, and at night, that's not a good situation. You won't see the tornado coming. You'll just see a lot of power flashes, and then it will be there. So it's a kind of a dangerous situation if this does put down a tornado that will come into the Okmulgee area. Again, we're looking at this area right here, again, just to the north and east of the Sunrise area, again, moving east-northeast toward the Okmulgee area if that area of rotation sticks together. And I believe we have Scantlin on the line now. Scantlin, tell us where you're located, what you're seeing.
But I'll tell you what I'm seeing that is surprising to us meteorologically. It still has that really scuddy convective base, even though we are north of the warm front. We get those lower temperatures north of the warm front, so the storms get lower, but the air should be more stable. However, those higher dew points, I mean, the warm front, there's a new tornado warning being issued. Stop yelling in my ear. Okay, I'm sorry about that. You can see these big scuddy inflow bands coming in from the east, feeding in east to west into the storm. I mean, this thing looks just as good as it did coming into Okemah. Unfortunately, it is north of the warm front, but it's not stopping it. That's a cyclones can kind of create their own environment whenever they spin hard enough. And this thing is persisting, unfortunately, and it looks to it's got its sights set on Okmulgee.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mike. And if we go back to weather too, I can show you exactly what Mike's talking about with the inflow here. You can see the greens, the light greens here. That's wind that's going into that supercell now. It's literally inhaling, and it still has that strong wind coming into it. And that's noted here on velocity radar, where we see those strong south winds coming out of Henrietta into the Okmulgee area. So this storm is nowhere near collapsing. It still has good signs that it's still alive and kicking. And like Mike was saying, it can create its own environment where even though it's north of the warm front, it can still survive and thrive and still possibly put down a tornado. Mike?
All right, thank you very much, meteorologist John Haverfield in the Storm Center with the update. Want to give you the big picture on what's going on tonight. If you're just checking in, maybe getting home from some activities, whatever that might be. So all this activity in northeast Oklahoma, this is all elevated in nature, meaning it's above the surface. It's causing a lot of hail or some heavy rainfall, okay? So that's that. Then we have a warm front to the south of us that continues to hang out near Interstate 40. And this is where these discrete supercells are feeding off a very prime atmosphere. And so it's feeding off of that. That's what's giving it the energy as it tracks to the east. Now, what we're waiting for to see is, does this cross further north and we lose the tornadic activity with this? That's what we're hoping for. Does this one become more dominant? That's what we're watching as well. So we have multiple chasers in the field right now. We even have our lead meteorologist in the field, Michael Sagar, who's watching that one down towards Seminole. But we also have this one in Okmulgee that is still tornadic, or at least the potential for tornadoes to tornado develop. Now, it is, as John mentioned, there's the strong south winds heading into this. It is not as organized as it was earlier as it's getting closer to Okmulgee. That's one way of looking at it. Another way is that we go back to reflectivity. And we can see that maybe this is just kind of morphing again. And so the strong south winds coming into it, it might try to rotate again. So if you live in Okmulgee, still keep those tornado precautions in place. Still be seeking shelter as this thing slowed down a lot. And it's pretty broad that you can see on our Viper as well. So it's not as compact as it was. And as long as we keep it pretty broad, then we're not worried about any compact development or any tornadic development. But there still is some rotation with this. It's just not that great. So here's the strong winds out of the south, southeast, pulling into this and trying to rotate. So if you live in Shelter, your winds are out of the southeast pretty strong. Let's see just above the surface here. And so this is, you look at that 53 mile an hour winds just above the surface getting pulled into this. So it's going to be interesting to see how this evolves. So at Muskogee, you still need to take those tornado precautions. Now, we're not done with that just yet because further to the southwest, we have another severe storm capable of producing a tornado near the Seminole area. And that's where meteorologist Michael Sagar, a lead meteorologist in the field with our artillery roofing storm truck, is close to. So Michael, give us an update on what you're tracking.
I tell you what, we are right on this, just to the southeast of this circulation, Mike. We are getting intense cloud-to-ground lightning strikes at the moment, and every once in a while when we get a flash of lightning, we can somewhat see a bit of a lowering where this circulation is, but unfortunately the flashes of lightning are not really giving us a really good picture, but it has been a very intense situation here, and getting a lot of circulation, obviously, on radar, but we are in perfect position watching this, seeing if we get anything to visually confirm.
How far south of you are you of Interstate 40?
Right now, let me pull up the map here. We are due east of Seminole, and I've got to remember the road that we're on here, but we're pulled over here. Oh, I tell you what, Mike, this lightning is hitting real close to us right now, really close to us. We are on Highway 9, and on radar, we're still about 6 miles southeast of the circulation, and that's where we're kind of pointing this right now. And I don't know if you can hear that and see the flashes on our camera. This lightning is extremely dangerous, and along with that, we've got a possible tornadic supercell.
Yeah, you do. And, so where you're at, the storm rotation is just to your northwest and probably rain-wrapped, unfortunately, as we have seen a lot of tonight. Let me look back again. So that's just to your northwest on Highway 9, and it would be rain-wrapped. Obviously, you're in the middle of the heavy rain too, right?
Right, we're actually in a clear spot right now.
Okay.
We're between the heavy rain and the circulation, and we can actually see if the lightning flashes, what you're looking at, that glow along the horizon is the rain-wrapped circulation.
Okay.
So we're pointing right toward that circulation.
Okay, and so we're watching. If we look at velocity or Viper, we'll show you exactly where Mike's at. He is right in this vicinity right here, looking back to the northwest. So as you look at his screen, that's what he's looking at, that rotation. And so that's moving now. That's been extended now into our viewing area, Michael. Again, tornado warning now for the western portions of Muskogee County. So a tornado warning now for your area, into our viewing area, I should say, just to your northeast. What are the wind speeds like going into that storm?
Right now, not a lot of inflow. I'm getting a little bit. Typically you would think with a tornadic supercell, you would really feel the inflow in this position. The wind is not too bad, but I will say we are somewhat protected. We've got a hill behind us, so that might be affecting that somewhat.
Okay. And so, again, this is a very dangerous situation. Please take cover immediately if you live in Okemah again. I know this is round 2, but this is heading in your general direction. We also have the tornado warning in Okmulgee that continues. It's a little more disorganized than it was earlier. It's still there, though. There's still area rotation moving right now into the town of Okmulgee. Mike Scantlin is watching it. James Rogers is watching it. And then we have the storm capable of producing a tornado near the Cromwell area. And Michael, this area, this will be difficult at times to determine which if there is a tornado, which one caused the damage? Is it the first one or is it this one? These are traveling in such close proximity.
Yeah, it looks like this one's maybe going, at least initially, just north of the original, at least from what I was looking at. And but you're exactly right, Mike. This is unbelievably an eerily similar track compared to the previous supercell that just moved through. And obviously, as we've been talking about all evening, taking advantage of that warm front that is right along here.
Okay, let's check in with John Haverfield for an update from the Weather Center. John?
Yeah, Mike, we're just keeping an eye on some of the chatter, and it looks like we're starting to see some really significant flooding occurring right now in the Okmulgee area. Some roads impassable in the Okmulgee area, so a lot of street flooding ongoing, and I'd imagine there's probably some street flooding in Okemah. Not a time to be out and about right now. Likely a lot of flooding along the path of these two supercell storms. So we're getting some reports of some major street flooding going on right now in the Okmulgee area. Also, sirens are now sounding as they should be in the Okmulgee and Morris areas as that circulation moves closer toward Okmulgee right now. And we're still seeing favorable environment for these storms to move into. Again, these storms look like either the warm front has pushed north or the storms themselves has helped push that warm front north, but we're still looking at a favorable environment, more so for the secondary storm off to the west than the storm closer toward Okmulgee. So right now we'll still have some very strong rotation with this further west storm, but the storm near Okmulgee still bears very close watching as it's still in a spot that could definitely allow for some rotation. Another report now, again, of some more flooding reports coming out of Okmulgee. Some bad situation right now in Okmulgee with a lot of flooding going on, Mike.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge concern overnight tonight, where we're looking at totals of 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. This Highway 56 west of Okmulgee is nearly impassable. So just west of Okmulgee, very heavy rainfall that continues with flooding problems in that vicinity. And overnight tonight, folks, with the rain continuing, it is going to be a dangerous situation. So we have a confirmed tornado warning where Michael's at. We have, so Michael, hey, Rebecca, if you wouldn't mind getting Scantlin back on. Yeah. And so, again, we're going to be checking in with, all right, so Mike, as you track a little further north on 75, the storm is a little more meaty now than it was a little earlier. Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Well, I haven't seen underneath this thing for a while. It's very rapid rain, and it's pretty close to me if there is something happening. Rotation is very, very broad at this point. I think we are seeing it move just out of that surface base Cape area. Just a quick look at mesoanalysis. I think if it's not done, it's pretty close to it. I mean, there's a tornado warning on it. Still take it seriously, but the broadening of the mesocyclone as this thing kind of takes more of a northward turn, that structure-wise tells me that it's trying to let go of that surface base juice. So, it's trending that direction, but it still has a tornado warning on it and still has pretty strong velocities on the inflow side. So, take it seriously, but it looks like it's trending down at the moment, Mike, for me.
I mean, that hopefully is the trend. The trend is our friend on that, and let's, of course, keep that going, Mike. And again, still a tornado warning with it, but it is a lot more disorganized. Now, the flash flooding, that's a big concern, Mike. I mean, you're traveling through that. It's just been water ponding everywhere.
The highway is rough. I mean, I'm going 35, and I'm still hydroplaning all over the place. A lot of water. Absolutely incredible amount of water on the highway here as the storm, slows down, and it's just dumping. And, the right side of the highway actually has quite a bit of water, almost up and over the curb in the lower spot. So, if this thing doesn't have a flash flood warning on it, it probably should, absolutely.
Sure. And it's just a lot of water associated with this storm as it slowly moves to the northeast. Very disorganized compared to where it was earlier. So you can see that it's just not, earlier in the evening. I'm going to put a lapse on this. I mean, look how they were discrete and I mean, just perfect supercells. Now, when I see meaty, it's just there's a lot of heavy rain, a lot of water with it. It's almost like it's raining itself out, and that's what we were hoping for as it tracked to the northeast. Now, even Viper losing the locks on it, still very, very broad rotation with it moving into Okmulgee, so we can't let our guard down just yet, but not as impressive as it was earlier, and so we're very thankful for that. And there probably is a very broad area lowering moving through Okmulgee right now. And so we're going to continue to watch this as it gets closer to 62 and then tracks the northeast towards the Boynton area, towards Haskell as well. And this looks to stay south of Tulsa. Now, what's going on in the metro? Well, some thunderstorms, and they're not severe. And thank goodness for that. Then we have a lot of heavy rainfall in the Bartlesville area, just numerous scattered showers and thunderstorms, but it's these cells to the southwest. Meteorologist Michael Sagar is down on this storm, and now northeast to Seminole. And Michael, we've had reports of tornado on the ground with this storm as it gets closer to Okemah. Give us an update on that.
Situated the same spot here and completely rain-wrapped circulation. We've watched that kind of work its way up to the north, and what we're looking at here, you'll see the lightning kind of flashing on our screen. The lightning has been incredibly intense with this, and we have watched, again, that circulation pass off to the north, but still monitoring this as this storm tracks north and east. It has been completely rain-wrapped. So, again, a very dangerous situation when you're dealing with the rain-wrapped circulation. You just can't see it approaching you. And as we watch the circulation pass through our north, completely wrapped in rain, Mike, just unable to make any sort of definition of any sort of funnel or any sort of tornado that could have been inside there. So it may just look like a wall of rain and being illuminated by the lightning as it approaches you, but certainly could be a tornado inside there.
Okay, and that's what we're watching. And I mean, Michael, the amount of water associated with these storms has been incredible. And to think that it's not over, I mean, we still have more storms overnight tonight. Just the flash flooding threat is going to be immense in itself.
Exactly right. And with some of the rainfall, you know, we had some very heavy rains Monday into Monday night, and some swaths there of about 3 to 4 inches across Okmulgee County and into parts of Wagner County and Muskogee County. And we're looking at that again today. I mean, we had heavy rain this morning, and here comes another round tonight. And flash flooding is going to be a big concern. I've already heard some of the reports from our other chasers that they've been dealing with that. And as we've come through some of the communities here that, while chasing this last 2 supercells, we've definitely encountered, you know, some street ponding, and it will only get worse.
That it will, Michael, and I appreciate your updates. Still looking at that lowering as it gets closer to Okemah. I wonder how long it can sustain itself going over an area that's already been heavily hit by severe weather just a few hours ago. Hey, Michael, just one more thing. I mean,
yes.
What are your thoughts on this going over the same area that's been already hit very hard and its ability to sustain itself as it continues to track northeast?
Absolutely. And I think a lot of that, you know, with its ability to sustain itself is the fact that it's right there along that warm front. You get that shear, and it just allows these storms to rotate, and they become much more efficient when you're dealing with a supercell compared to just your normal thunderstorm. So it's taking advantage of that, and supercells can track, you know, hours at a time and just dump heavy rain. A lot of times we talk about the severe weather that supercells bring as far as hail and tornadoes and damaging wind gusts, but then we've got these training supercells. I mean, just a ton of water that these storms are dropping. You know, in Tulsa most of the day, it was kind of cool. We had temperatures, you know, in the 60s. The dew points were a little bit lower. You got south of that warm front, we had dew points. That's a measure of how much moisture is in the air. In the upper 60s to low 70s, a much more juicy air mass, much more fuel for these thunderstorms. And these storms are certainly feeding off of that as they track to the northeast.
So again, a long-lived event, unfortunately, with this activity as it makes its way to the northeast. We're going to stick with Michael. We've got Mike Scantlin. Let's go over to him real quick because we'll go back to you, Michael, in just a moment. But Mike, this storm it's weakening, but a lot of flooding, as I can see.
You can still see quite a bit of a gradient there in the rotation. Mesocyclone is still there. just not as strong, and that's good news. Coming right into Okmulgee, it kind of let go, it seems like, and that's really good news. Right now I'm looking at about 6 inches of water here, over 75, right at the 62 West Junction. You can just see people just plowing right through it. A lot of lightning here in town, a lot of cloud to ground strikes and power flashes and things like that. But it's those are. I think we would all rather have that than what it looked like we were going to have 30 minutes ago. So, and especially with the storms coming in later, this is going to be an ongoing situation here with the flooding only getting worse, Mike.
Yeah, that's right. This is only the beginning of it because overnight tonight we do expect heavy rain to continue to fall over the same areas that have seen this most of the day today. So this is going to be significant flooding, and we have been warning you on that for the past day that this is going to be significant. And sure enough, it's already come to fruition. So Mike, continue with this if you don't mind. We'll be checking back in with you here shortly. We have Damon Lewis, who's coming in on the north side of the Okmulgee area, who is encountering very heavy rainfall as well. And so he is just well north of where Mike's at. He's on the north side of Okmulgee. Do we have him available yet? Okay, so we'll check in with him here in a minute. Then, where Michael's at, still heading towards the Okemah area, meteorologist Michael Sagar in the R. Turley Roofing storm truck. Yeah, so let's go. This is near Cromwell. Michael, this area was hit very hard earlier today. Let me switch over to velocities, and we're still showing signs of strong rotation northwest of Butner. Give us an update on your location again.
We kind of sat in the same spot because we've been really struggling with cell service here, and we've still got a decent view. And I'm going to try to get over here. I'll just stick with where I'm at right now, but still can see the circulation, but it's now beginning to move off into the distance here to our north and northeast. So we will eventually have to move here to keep up with it, but just completely rain wrapped, Mike. And we've been watching a lot of lightning. The lightning we had just unbelievable amount of lightning striking very close to the Artillery roofing storm truck. I mean, it was intense, where the brightness just burned. You could see the image of the lightning bolt just burned in the retina of your eye, and it's highly electric storms. And when you're dealing with a high electric storm, you've got a powerful updraft, a lot of motion in that updraft, and definitely a very strong supercell. But looking here now, I'm kind of looking back to the northeast where the circulation is. It's got some distance now between us, and I can just see where the flanking line, that feeder that comes in from the southwest side of a supercell, I can see that feeding in back to about where the circulation is as the lightning illuminates it. But completely rain-wrapped. There's a tornado in there. Cannot see it, Mike.
And I appreciate that update. We'll, again, check with you here in just a few minutes. Let's go back to radar. I'm told that the Oklahoma City radar is down, which is never a good sign in the middle of severe weather, especially when you're dealing with tornadic activity like this. Again, back towards the Okmulgee area. Again, we're watching this. We've got Damon Lewis, who's watching this very closely. Still some area of rotation moving across the Okmulgee area. It's pretty disorganized. So let's look at Damon's shot, and let's see what it looks like. And again, of course, just froze on us there. Okay, so I know he's on Chaser 1, so I'll go back to Chaser 1 here in just a few minutes. But this is where, just encountering a wall of water. All right, so let's go back to Damon. And Damon, you've just said a wall of water. We still have that area of rotation to your south. Do you see anything ominous, at least through the rain?
I'm not seeing much through the rain right now, Mike. We got torrential downpours. I had some speed and maybe dime-sized hail about 5 minutes ago. I'm currently about 3 miles north of Okmulgee on Highway 75, and we got water ponding on the highway, so driving is not recommended right now. If anybody's out and about, go ahead and pull over and try to let this thing blow through because it's coming down. The lightning has let up some. The lightning was very intense coming in. The lightning's let up quite a bit right now. But we'll see what happens.
All right, Damon. Again, some small hail, very heavy rainfall. Any flooding that you've seen? Are the roads flooded?
I have seen some. We have ran across, where there's been 4 or 5 inches of rain or water on the roadways. So that's been kind of problematic driving. Right now, as I'm coming to a stop at the stoplight, there's a little bit of water on the road, but it's not exceptionally bad where I'm at right now. The ditches on both sides of the highway are completely full. They are not overflowing yet, but they are completely full.
So what are those winds like just north of Okmulgee?
So right now, they've let up a little bit. They were out of the east, maybe 45, 50 miles an hour. Right now, wind's not real heavy, maybe blowing a little bit out of the south, maybe 10 to 15 miles an hour.
Okay. So that's a good sign, as the winds are just not that intense. So the area of rotation is just not that intense either. But the Weather Service is holding on to this just for the fact that this history with this storm has been intense. This is the same storm that produced a significant tornado damage earlier in Seminole, and then near Bearden, we have tornado damage in that area. And then this was the one that hit just north of Okemah. And so this has been a very active system producing just a huge amount of water. Let's go back to radar. Damon, keep going with this. We'll be checking in with you here shortly. We've got Scantlin down on the Henrietta area, and Damon right in the midst of it in Okmulgee. And I believe James, unfortunately, dealing with very heavy rainfall, trying to route himself around. Yes.
Good news from the National Weather Service. They're not planning on extending that tornado warning for Okmulgee. They're going to let that expire as we're starting to see a downtick in that rotation over the Okmulgee area. And it looks like that storm has slowed down so much that it's starting to form with the storm behind it. So we'll likely just get a big cluster here forming over the next hour or so. The Weather Service also points out no confirmed reports of a tornado in Okmulgee County at all.
Great.
So that's good.
Yes, that's wonderful news. So we have this storm that's it's almost rained itself out. It's just fizzling, and it is going north of that warm front. And eventually it was going to fail. It just took quite a while to do that. We do have Mike Scanlon in the Henrietta area, home of Troy Aikman, Mike. And you don't fumble this. Give me an update on the heavy rainfall in your area.
Oh, yeah. I am in Okmulgee here on 75 and 62, and there's about a foot of water in the outside lanes in both directions. And people come through here at the speed limit just plowing into it. And, it's only get worse right now. Lightning has died down a little bit. Still getting a lot of cloud-to-ground bolts here in town, but they've backed off a little bit. But I have seen a couple of power flashes from power lines being hit by lightning and things like that. But as far as wind goes, I think the mesocyclone has pretty much rained itself out here, Mike.
And that's what we needed. So thank you very much for that report, Mike, as we still have kind of a long night ahead of us as we continue to track these thunderstorms moving across the area. So big picture, and anytime you see my hand moving up like this, so the computer realizes my hand is almost like the mouse. So when I move like that, I'm actually clicking a button. So you can see it's tracking my hand. So if you're ever wondering, why does he keep raising his hand like that? Well, it's because I am using what we call our hand tracking device here. So just so you have an idea, if you're ever wondering what in the world I'm doing. A lot of heavy rainfall in the Okmulgee area. We've got Michael Sagar, our lead meteorologist in the field, southwest of the Okemah area. Michael, this storm is actually kind of sucking in the storm in the Okmulgee area and just becoming one quite a big beast. And what I hope for is it just becomes a line and just moves on to the east, and we start to get rid of this tornado threat. But as far as the tornado threat, we still have the tornado warning in your area. Give us an update on what you're seeing.
Okay, we're back on the road. We actually just crossed over into Hughes County now. I would say a good 8 to 9 miles probably south. A lot of lightning. We had a great view of the circulation to begin with because it was so rain-wrapped and was really wrapped up there north of Seminole, but still unable to get any good visual on what might be underneath that base of the storm because of the rain that continues to wrap around that circulation.
Exactly. What are the winds like at the surface there as you travel through? And again, we're dealing with the wonderful technology of cell phone in a rural area. It just is what it is, right? And so we're going to have to deal with that. Okay, so this is again a system that to the southwest of the Okmulgee area. And I don't want to leave our Okmulgee friends hanging thinking, you know, if you are you abandoning us, but I have good news to report to you. The rotation is pretty much just fizzled. And so it's not zero, but it's getting close. And so we continue just to see this really rain itself out. Still the possibility of some strong winds moving through that area. Again, the tornado warning is not going to be allowed to continue after 9:30. So we're going to say sayonara to this storm and its tornado potential. But what we want next is this storm moving into Okemah. Our friends in Okemah are again dealing with another significant event. Let me switch over to Oklahoma City, the Twin Lakes. And is that radar back up yet? Do we know?
Still down.
Okay. 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 So the radar data, we're going to have to switch back over to Tulsa then. And so that's now further to the east towards the Cromwell area as that storm now southwest of Okemah near Bearden. And that's the Bearden area got hit pretty hard earlier. So we look at the velocities and where was Michael? Where did you say you were at? Okay. So this is the hail threat that continues. I mean, look at this. Viper still showing this is just to be an intense thunderstorm, probably pretty strong shear up to maybe 70 mile an hour shear with that one. Very large hail possible as well. And so this is still showing signs of some rotation. Mike, you know, we look at the storm to your north and it's not completely gone. Are you seeing any signs from the Henrietta area that this thing can hold on?
You know, I think the tornado potential, I think it has let go of the surface. Fortunately, now, if they're going to let that tornado warning expire, I definitely agree with that. But, you know, we have this other storm coming in on its heels, pretty much taking the same track, unfortunately. So, you know, I'm going to sit here in Okmulgee and kind of wait and see how that second storm evolves as it moves its direction.
And so, Mike, again, you know, just a lot of rainfall. I know you're going to be watching that. Mike, I appreciate your hard work as you're resituating there. Thank you very much. So officially, this tornado warning expires at 9:30, so we're 9 minutes away from that. As far as rotation is concerned, it's just not that great at all. And so, you know, you can breathe easy in Okmulgee. Now northwest of Morris, I know you're still under that tornado warning, but looking at velocities, it's just not that impressive. Earlier it was. I mean, look at that. And then it's just fizzled. But luckily, this whole time, it has not produced a tornado on the ground. There are no reports of any damage from the southwestern side of Okmulgee County through Okmulgee. And one thing we're dealing with is a lot of heavy rainfall. So let's check in with Damon Lewis on the north side of Okmulgee right now. Damon, it's Gully Washer, and unfortunately, flooding. Is that a concern right now in that area?
Yeah, I have made it into Okmulgee. I'm at East 21st Street on Highway 75. This intersection and areas north and south of it have between 1 to 6 inches of water on them. So driving on 75 through Okmulgee right now is a little bit tough. The rain right now has let up quite a bit. The winds have died down. There's not quite as much lightning. It's just a lot of runoff happening right now.
That's right. So a flash flood warning was just issued for your area until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. And we can see why. I mean, the flooding has just been insane in that area. You know, total amounts anywhere between 3 to 5 inches at this hour. So heavy rain continues. That's the primary threat. Even though that area is still under a tornado warning, have you heard the sirens at all in that area?
I have not heard the sirens since I've been in town, no.
Okay, so that's good. I mean, this, again, not really that rotating anymore. Mainly just some strong winds rolling through as we look at velocities here. It's just kind of fizzled, which is good. And we haven't seen that reorganized whatsoever. So let's get started. Big picture again. All right, it's been a busy day this evening across the region. So what we're going to do, that's what I need. All right, so this is the current radar across the region. We've got severe weather to the southwest of us, severe weather to the south of Tulsa, and into parts of our viewing area. So a lot of water associated here in northeast Oklahoma, more water to the west. We're going to have to wait and see how this evolves and how it translates east with time. So this is going to move to the east-northeast, and it might spawn more activity, kind of like it is right now, and that's going to push to the east. Now, the rainfall totals have been significant here in northeast Oklahoma. Let me take that off and zoom in for you. So the rainfall totals, let me pause this. We're going to pause it. There we go. So down towards the Okmulgee area, 3.5-inch estimates, where Michael's at near almost 6 inches of rainfall. And that's just since yesterday. Here in Tulsa, we're getting up there to 2 to 3 inches of rainfall, 2.5 in southern portions of Tulsa County. East of us, up to 4 inches of rainfall. And I think, we have 2 to 5. We're going to get another 1 to 3. So some amounts are going to be between 5 to 10 inches of rainfall in 24-hour time span. That's almost historic. So that is really, really significant. I really can't stress that enough of how important that is, that you turn around and you don't drown. You definitely do not want to encounter any of those flooded roadways. Michael Sagar continues to watch this area of activity to our southwest, where we still have an active tornado warning, still showing signs of rotation south of Okemah. Michael, give us an update on your current location.
We are on Highway 9, continuing to track to the east. We just passed Highway 48, which I think that's what would take you up into Cromwell. And our goal right now is just continue on this as we get to Wetumpka, and then we'll work our way back northeast to get out ahead of it. Still a lot of lightning with the storm. We're back kind of in some of the rain. We're getting some additional cells here to the south of where that circulation is. But as I look off to my north, it's a good distance away right now from where we are, but you can still see that circulation, just the layout of the clouds, how it kind of curves back into that circulation. And so we're still getting signs that this storm is rotating visually as well, obviously, is what we're seeing with radar too. But completely rain-wrapped, that's going to be the challenge. It's just you're not going to have a visual as this thing approaches.
Yes. So, a rainy night and for heavy rainfall causing concerns as far as visualization of it. We're going to go over to the weather office right now, and meteorologist John Haverfield, let's check in with him with an update.
Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on the Okmulgee storm here. It's the Weather Service now indicating it is confirmed north of the warm front. And let's see here. This is the Okfuskee County storm. So the one that Michael is on right now is north of the warm front, but still has some pretty strong inflow, and that's indicated on radar as well. But like Michael was saying, it's completely rain-wrapped. So you got a rain-wrapped situation, you got a lot of flooding, and you got nighttime, which makes it very, very hard to chase. And folks should definitely not be on the roads anywhere in between Okemah and Okmulgee, because there is a lot of flooding. Seeing multiple reports of streets flooding in Okmulgee, widespread street flooding in Okmulgee. So several reports of street flooding going on in the Okmulgee area, and I would imagine in the Okemah area as well. But like we were saying, Mike, earlier, this storm in the Okmulgee area now has weakened substantially, and it just looks like a big rainer right now. Maybe some small hail in it, some brief gusty winds, but the tornado threat certainly going down in the Okmulgee storm. We still have that mesocyclone in the western storm toward Okemah, where Michael is located. Still have some rotation with that, but starting to see a downtrend in the tornado potential as these storms just continue to rain themselves out. So the bigger threat is starting to go from a tornado to some really heavy rainfall over the next few hours that will contribute to a lot of flash flooding and possibly some high water rescues, Mike.
All right, thank you very much. Mike Scantlin is watching this area activity still to the south of Sholter. Mike, rain, unfortunately, is here to stay for quite some time. But still watching that storm to your southwest. Are you seeing a lot of lightning with that one back to your southwest?
I'm looking at the flooding here. I'm kind of looking north. That storm behind me is actually quite a ways behind me here, so I think it'll be 10 minutes or so before that lightning gets to my area, kind of in between here on the south side of Muskogee. But, the rain has let up a little bit, but there's still quite a bit of water. I don't think it's going to have a chance to run off before that next storm gets here, so we're going to have problems.
Yeah, we are. Okay, so that is Mike Scantlin down in the Henrietta area. Still showing rotation. Let's check back in with meteorologist Michael Sagar, our lead meteorologist out in the field. And Michael, rain is here to stay, but unfortunately still an area of rotation. Now entering the southeastern portions of Okemah, getting close to Interstate 40 once again.
Absolutely. We just now got to Highway 75 and State Road 9 in Wetumpka, and we're going to take a look here. Let me just stop here at the intersection and make sure nobody else is coming real quick. But we'll go across here, kind of take a look back to the north and see what we can visualize. Again, we're a pretty good distance now south of where that rotation is. We wanted to stay south and out of some of the damage paths of the previous tornado because we got stuck in that before, and so we're kind of staying south to avoid getting into that. But as I've been driving along here, looking back at that circulation, it's again gained some distance on us as far as how much farther north it has gotten. But you can still get that hint of that mesocyclone, that rotation, the air that's being pulled into the base of the storm, just with how the structure of the base looks as it continues to track off to the north and east. But a lot of lightning with this, and we've been in and out of the rain. I know the rain has been heavier compared to what we are seeing right now here in Wetumpka, but continuing to watch that very closely.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Michael Sagar, our lead meteorologist out in the field right now. Still watching this area of rotation moving into the Okemah area, and not as well organized as it was earlier. Still some rotation now south of Okemah. So we'll be watching that as it moves to the northeast towards the Clearview area. We now have that tornado warning that it's been dropped. Excuse me, let me get that out of the way and go back to radar. So we've had the tornado warning where it's been dropped, but the rainfall rates have been just impressive. We've got Damon Lewis, James Rogers, Mike Scantlin. We've even got Mark Folta, who's in the Muskogee area, who's going to kind of run into this as wall of water that's heading his way eventually. Still need to watch out. We've got tornado watch for at least the next half hour. John, has that tornado watch been extended at all? Okay. Yeah, let's check in with Damon. Damon, flash flood warning in this area. Tell me about the rainfall totals that you've seen as you've been driving through Okmulgee.
So I'm just south of kind of downtown Okmulgee right now. And it feels like there's been a good couple inches of rain that came down very quickly. The roads are starting to dry out. Some of the ponding is starting to ease up. The rain's lightened up quite a bit right now, but it looks like we got another round coming in. So I'm going to hang out and kind of watch this next round come in. And looks like we got a tornado warning with that as well. So I'll be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to forget our friends down the southwest in Okemah that are still dealing with that tornado warning, where we do have that area of rotation, and you can see Viper showing the potential for some strong winds. It's also showing the potential for some rotation as well. See it wrapped up near the Okemah area. Let me flatten this out 2D real quick, and we're going to zoom back in because Michael is watching this very closely. So we look at velocities, and we do have that area of rotation south of the Okemah area right here that could potentially have a tornado with it. So this is going to continue to move northeast. And this one, unlike the previous one, the previous storm that had the rotation was north of Okemah. This one's staying south of Okemah. So poor Okemah, I mean, you folks have had to take cover for quite some time tonight. And this storm, again, producing very strong winds out ahead of it. Michael Sagar, we're going to get him back on the line again as we continue to funnel through these chasers and our meteorologist in the field. It's always good, a good perspective from him with the very heavy rainfall moving through Okemah. heading towards the Shoulder area, and think about all the rain you've already received. Now, to the north, scattered showers and thunderstorms developing. It will be kind of a noisy night because we're going to have this impulse eventually push to the east with time. And so that means Tulsa, we're going to see more heavy rain during the overnight hours. I think the heaviest rain right now, as it appears, is going to be situated to the east. We do have Mark Folta in the Muskogee area. And if we can, we'll check in with him. We can get him on the line. But the tornado warning continues for the southern Okfuskee County area, where we're seeing some area of rotation just north of Wetumpka, as this takes more of an easterly turn towards the Waletka area. If you live in Waletka, you need to take your tornado precautions as this storm capable of producing a tornado continues to move in your direction. And so, again, this storm has been just a beast, a lot of rainfall and some rotation with it as it continues to track east. The good news in Muskogee County, where we had that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, the tornado warning has been dropped on that, but we still have the tornado warning now moving into Okemah, and this goes until 9:45, so at least the next 11 minutes with it. All right, let's go to Mark Folta. Mark, you're in the Muskogee area where that severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Give us an update on what you're seeing in Muskogee right now.
Well, storm's still a little ways to the west, Mike, but definitely a lot of lightning with it, and it's going to, be moving in here just in a few minutes. So we're going to stay here and keep an eye on it as it moves into Muskogee.
Right. And what are the winds like in Muskogee right now?
Very light winds, probably out of the east, maybe 5 to 10 mile an hour.
Okay, so that's a good sign. Not a huge amount of inflow into those storms, but hang tight there as those storms are heading your way. Let's go to meteorologist John Haverfield in the Storm Center with an update. John?
Yeah, Mike, just looking at some of the velocity data in that storm near Okemah, where we still have that tornado warning, this is some pretty tremendous inflow winds into that storm. So it still has some great inflow, so it's still pulling in that warm, moist air to the south of that warm front now. And if we take the eyedropper tool, you can see winds. Now, a lot of that's not reaching the surface. A lot of that will not mix down because the radar beam is hitting it higher up in the atmosphere, but likely inflow winds of about 40 to 50 mile per hour winds coming into the Okemah storm. So the thing is, it's got good inflow, but it doesn't have real strong rotation. We're not seeing any type of tight couplet, as we call it. That's where it would be, just to the southeast of Okemah, but we're not seeing anything very well developed that would point out to me that we're going to see a tornado imminent here. So one thing this storm does have going for it is does have some very strong inflow, so we'll likely still see some hail impacts. Okemah just got a report of nickel-size hail in the Okemah area about 10 minutes ago, and that is the hail core right there just leaving Okemah, kind of following I-40 as it moves off to the east. But again, we still have that tornado warning until 9:45. And one thing about this storm as well, it's moving into a worked over environment, because that first storm that just is leaving Okmulgee now has moved through that area and it's kind of worked over that environment, so it's not necessarily the most pristine atmosphere it could be ingesting right now. So that is a good sign as well. We'll take a look at the rotation here as we progress over the next few minutes, and the Weather Service will take a look and see if they're going to extend that tornado warning. I would say they probably will, just to be on the side of cautiousness as it moves off to the east. What I'm looking like, it still has pretty good inflow, Mike, but just nothing real tight, no couplet on it yet, just real strong inflow.
And that's good, but we want that to cease as well. It's definitely not as organized as it was a little earlier, which is good news. This was some of the tornado footage that we saw earlier from Mike Scantlin. There's the tornado you can see in the Bearden area. I believe there it is. And there's the tornado that we saw. And Mike was on that. This was earlier. This was the Okmulgee storm that has now weakened below severe limits. We have incredible footage also of damage from Seminole that we possibly could share with you here in just a few minutes. We'll let the production team get that together. But we still have the tornado warning now in effect for Okfuskee County for at least the next 7 minutes. We will be on with you until our 10 o'clock newscast, which will then, if no tornado warnings are in effect, we'll break away to some news, but of course with the continuous updates on the weather and the damage across the region. So it's still showing signs of some impressive winds and some impressive shear right now, heading into Cromwell down towards the Butner area. And then here's one just southwest of Clearview. We look at radar and we can see that we do have some inflow, like an inflow notch right here with the potential for some rotation near the Clearview area. Michael Sagar, let's check in with him. Meteorologist Michael Sagar, a lead meteorologist. Okay, let's go to the video first before eventually. So this is earlier today, and who is this from? Is this Scanlon's? Okay, so this was another tornado near Seminole earlier today, and you can see that tornado. That's what unfortunately did the damage as it tracked to the east. You can see it right here. This is what caused the damage in Seminole, and the damage was pretty impressive in Seminole. So you can see it crossed right in front of him. That's the third or fourth tornado he's had pass right in front of him, and I'll talk to him here in just a moment about that. All right, who do we have next? Okay, so let's go to meteorologist Michael Sagar. Michael, you're watching still this tornado warning in the Okemah area. In Clearview, getting hit pretty hard. What's your current location?
We are just coming out of Wetumpka. We had pulled over just to kind of reassess where we were and get an idea of which way we were going to go, but we're going to continue toward Walika. But we actually bumped in to Chief of Police Tommy Hogue in Wetumpka, and power out Wetumpka from that first tornado, believe it or not, that passed to the north, cut off the power to the town of Wetumpka. So they have been without power since that tornado tracked to their north and west, the first one. But continuing here, we've got some rain here as we're now working our way to the east, getting a little bit closer to Walika. That storm, again, getting a little bit farther to our north as we've been tracking that circulation up along closer to I-40 compared to where we are farther to the south. But getting more concerned as we progress here through the evening that the flash flooding threat is going to continue to worsen.
Absolutely, and Michael, the tornado watch has been extended now, and again, this is a tornado watch that goes until 4 a.m. And we're just getting that into the weather office right now. So new tornado watch until 4 a.m. It isn't officially populated just yet. We still have a tornado warning that goes on until now 10 Muskogee and Muskogee counties until 10:30. So Michael, that tornado warning now extended to the northeast till 10:30. So we are going to stay continuous weather updates through 10:30 now, with the tornado warning now being extended. Who do we have next that we can go to? Is Mike Scanlon available? All right, Scanlon, Mike. So that tornado warning has been extended towards your area. Give us an update on what you're seeing in the Henrietta area as you look back to your southwest.
Yeah, Mike, I am in Okmulgee. I guess my GPS is probably lagging. I'm still quite a ways north of where this thing's going to track. I might want to push south back towards the Henrietta area, but it looks like that circulation has intensified near Clearview, according to Doppler. So, good choice extending that tornado warning. I'm actually trying to chop up some video for the 10. If we have an active tornado warning, I'm going to stop that and punch south through the rain and try and get some eyeballs on this thing.
And I appreciate that very much. So, Mike, again, this has just been a devastating day for our friends down in the Seminole area, the Seminole County, as it's just been a mess of damage, unfortunately. John, give us a quick update on that rotation near Clearview, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Mike, on Weather 2, we're starting to see a little bit better organization of the rotation right over the Clearview area. Again, where the green meets the red here, we're looking at some rotation right over Clearview now. Again, that's moving to the east-northeast at about 20 miles per hour. So we can do a track here. And again, that's going to take it into the Henrietta area at about just before 10:30, and areas near Dewar about 10:35 p.m. this evening. Still seeing that area of rotation. It has increased just in the past scan or two. Again, once I saw that big inflow coming in, that likely wrapped around and formed a little bit of a couplet there just a few minutes ago. And so again, the storm kind of took a big breath in, and it started to increase that rotation right over the Clearview area. Let's take a look at shear rate, and shear rate, sure enough, is populating area of rotation right over Clearview. Again, folks along I-40 definitely need to be off I-40 right now, because not only you're dealing with the potential of a tornado, but definitely dealing with a lot of flooding. And notice it's going to be completely shrouded in rain as well. Yeah, just in this last scan, inflow still very strong there coming into the Clearview area of, again, 80 miles an hour higher up in the atmosphere, but likely mixing down to around 40 to 50 mile per hour inflow winds into the storm. And it's going to be completely rain wrapped. Again, this is a big rainer complex, and we'll likely get these embedded areas of spin within the rain once these kind of ramp up. And again, this is your heads up for folks in the Henrietta area. It is moving toward you, so if this circulation does hold together, likely have that circulation pass in Henrietta or very close to Henrietta. Again, it's moving pretty slow, around 20 miles per hour, so it's taking its time, but likely heading toward the Henrietta area for the time being, Mike.
Okay, so if you live in Henrietta, where Mike Scanlon's at right now, you need to take your tornado precautions as this storm gets closer to your area, and it is wrapped up in Clearview quite well. We have meteorologist Michael Sagar, the Untitled Roofing storm truck, watching this as well as it tracks to the northeast. We do have a new tornado watch, though, I want to update you on. Let me give that to you here in a second. That has been canceled for Tulsa, so no longer is Tulsa under a tornado watch, but for our friends just southeast of the metro, under that tornado watch until 4 a.m. So you can see there, Muskogee, McAllister, and southeast Oklahoma until 4 a.m. A tornado watch has been extended. So again, the continued threat will be here all night, and we're going to be watching that all night as well. So we have, let's go to Karen Larson on the news desk with an update from the news side.
I just want to let you know that the State Department of Transportation has now declared that State Highway 9 and US 377 all closed around the area of Seminole due to storm debris in the roads, severe storm debris as they're calling it. They also need to allow the emergency responders to get into that area, so they have advising motorists to go ahead and stay out of the Seminole area tonight because of the storm damage. We're also hearing from Muskogee County Commissioner Ken Doak that they've had a bridge collapse, a small bridge collapse at Smith Ferry Road between 45th and 55th. They want to make sure that motorists stay out of that area. They had some recent heavy rain there that did some damage to the drain. They're seeing more damage tonight, and with the incoming rain and the storms, they're worried it'll get even worse. So again, Smith Ferry Road in Muskogee between 45th and 55th closed, as well as the highways around Seminole tonight. Back to you, Mike.
All right, thank you very much. As we continue to watch it from all angles, from the news and the weather side of this, we still have that area of rotation right now southeast of Okemah near the Clearview area that continues to move northeast. We look at velocities, and sure enough, northwest of Waletka, I mean, check this out. These are winds nearly 80 miles per hour just above the surface being measured going into this storm. And so it's just west of Mike in Henrietta. Let's see, about roughly, I guess, 15, 20 miles to his west. So it's going to be difficult to see. But meteorologist Michael Sagar is, Michael, where are you at right now? Give us an update on your location.
We are still to the south of Waletka, and just dealing with a lot of lightning and some rain. But as far as getting a good visual on this storm, it's tough to see. It is getting a lot more difficult here as night has fallen. And again, we're still kind of south a little bit of where that circulation is. But at the moment, we've just got some rain. I do feel like the wind, you're talking about that inflow into the storm. You know, we're kind of getting to that point. We're starting to feel some of that. And I do feel that rocking the Artulia roofing storm truck here, a storm chaser truck, and definitely feeling some of that inflow just a bit as we continue here to the east.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael. We'll be checking in with you in just a few minutes. Scanlon is, again, in the Henrietta area, which is in the path of this storm that's capable of producing a tornado. Mike, this has got great inflow into this storm. Give us kind of idea what a lot of water, right?
Oh, the highways, it's the ponding is really bad. If you don't have to get out, don't. And, it's only going to get worse as this storm comes through. I'm a little worried that I'm not going to be able to get home just because of the amount of rain on Highway 75 coming back up into Tulsa. Might be impassable in some spots between Henrietta and Tulsa, especially in Okmulgee proper, where there's already just an insane amount of water over the road. And, it hasn't let up enough for that to run off yet. And it's just going to pile up. All that water has nowhere to go. And, we have an evolving flash flooding situation in Okmulgee, but also a tornado-warned storm, also headed towards Okmulgee and Henrietta.
Absolutely. So what we're looking at in the four corners here real quick is we're looking at different sections of the storm. We have the velocities or in the radar. We have the storm relative velocities and, of course, the Viper that's been indicating on this. And we can see right in the Clearview area still some strong or at least some rotation in that area. And we can see it on Viper and we can see it on radar, the storm, the inflow into that. It's becoming a little more disorganized. We still have the hail core that's falling along with it. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Let's go back to velocities. And we still see that area of rotation in the Clearview area. Not as impressive as it once was. And I really hope that continues. But still, it's still there. And so this threat will continue. Hopefully it continues to weaken, though. I believe there's a phone in my ear going off. If we could shut that down, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. And so let me just check on the chat with this on the Weather Service side, just to make sure nothing is being discussed over there. And John, do you have any update on that tornado warning?
Yeah, like you're saying, it looks like the rotation has come down some. You can see with shear rate here, just in the past few scans, take this back in time, you can see more of the orange burgundy colors there, brown, whatever you want to call it there, indicating a little bit higher shear rate, which indicates higher rotation, stronger rotation. So watch what happens just in this next scan here. Everything just kind of weakens. And the new scan we just got here weakens as well. So starting to come down. We're not seeing any kind of tight couplet. The only thing I'm seeing, and I have been seeing the past 30 minutes on this storm, is just the real strong inflow into that storm. Where you see the bright green, that's areas of 70, 80 miles an hour winds aloft that's flowing right into the storm. So it still has a mesocyclone with it, but as far as anything tight and distinct close to the surface, just still not seeing that, Mike.
Yeah, and it is weakening, so that's good news. Of course, it's countering an area that has just been obliterated by heavy rainfall and already that previous supercell. And we'll show you again on Viper. It's just not as compact. It's disorganized from where it was earlier, and that is good news. Now as it moves east towards Highway 75. And we continue to see a lot of heavy rainfall associated with it. That's for sure, certain. And so let me switch back on to my hand tracking tool here so that I can move this around. There we go. All right, so let's go back to the big picture again as this continues to weaken some. Still a lot of heavy rainfall in all our cameras, you can see as we look outside across the metro region. Of course, we've seen a lot of rain in the metro today, anywhere between 1 to 3 inches across the city. And currently in the metro, we're just dealing with mostly cloudy skies, a few sprinkles in the area. We head to Owasso, and you can see it's just a, of course, dark night as we would expect. And this is 71st 169. You can see roadways still wet. Not a whole lot of lightning in the metro region at this hour in our Wade's RV Weather Camera Network. Still trying to, these things can maybe gust out a little bit. So let me kind of dig deeper into this cell. And let's go back to reflectivity. So what we'll be watching this area just southwest of Sunrise. I feel like these poor towns have just been talked about so much tonight because of the rotation that we saw earlier, and now this other rotation that's heading your way as well. A little bit weaker, but still somewhat pronounced in the Faro area. We're watching this area right here, and we look at velocities, and we still have some rotation in this general vicinity, just northeast of Faro. And as we look at rotation on it, it's still indicating that possibility. So we go the big picture across the area, and you can see just numerous showers and thunderstorms. Say that again, Christian? Okay. So you can see numerous showers and thunderstorms have been across southeastern Kansas, bending back to the southwest, more severe weather down in southwest Oklahoma. And then we have the tornado warnings that continue for Muskogee and Okmulgee counties. And so this is the area that we're most concentrated on because that's where the tornado threat is imminent. Meteorologist Michael Sagar is still watching this. Michael, I'm sure you're tired of seeing rain, and you may want to move to the desert after this. But give us an update on what you're seeing.
Yeah, still seeing that rain, but we are pulled a little ahead now of this cell. And I've got to be honest, I actually made a wrong turn. I was planning on going to Alika, but we've continued east on Highway 9. And we're just going to continue east, kind of get out ahead of this and reposition on this storm as it continues to track basically almost kind of right along I-40 and eventually going to work its way north of I-40. And we're going to reposition on this storm to the east. But the lightning, just even as we continue east here, has just been unbelievable. Just an incredible lightning show. A lot of bolts out well even ahead of where the storms are. You're seeing them coming out, ample portions of the storm. But the rain is a little bit lighter now. I'm at the moment, not getting a single drop of rain. An impressive lightning show to the north as that storm continues to wrap up along the I-40 region. And we are now, big bolt of lightning right there, big bolt. And just watching this and keeping an eye on it. Dangerous storm. And again, even well ahead of where this storm is, we're getting incredible cloud-to-ground lightning strikes here. Very dangerous lightning. And we're going to keep watching this storm, and we're going to work our way back north here toward I-40 shortly.
So, Michael, give us an update again on, remind me your location on Highway 9, right?
Yes, I believe we just came through, was it Dustin?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Okay. And when you see the northwest, it's just pretty much blocked by just rain, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, it is just a wall of rain. And really at this point, well, we're again a pretty good distance away. Where earlier I could still see the structure of the storm. Far enough distance away now, I'm not really seeing much structure. But I did notice, as you observe supercells, you get these beaver tails that inflow kind of up a little bit, and you actually could see that being illuminated by lightning as we were still west of Dustin, kind of coming up over Highway 9 and then back to our north and west into that circulation.
Okay, and again, this is something that we'll continue to watch, continue to check in with you as we go through the nighttime hours. It looks like the rotation has ramped back up again. And this is, again, getting closer to where Scantlin is and where he's been. And so this storm, let's go back to velocity, and we'll see, look at that. Let me pause this. So there could potentially be a tornado on the ground just north of Interstate 40. This is heading right towards the Henrietta area. Mike, as you are traveling, I guess your GPS lagging a little bit, you're traveling back towards Henrietta, or what's your current location right now?
I am in Henrietta, about to hit I-40 west here and try to get some eyeballs under this thing. I haven't seen anything underneath it, but I haven't had a very good look either. So here, I'm going to hit I-40 west. I'm getting on the entrance ramp right now. I should be able to see underneath it here. That circulation is coming back to life there, just near Faro. So
yeah.
That looks like a tornado signature if I've ever seen.
Yep, absolutely. So just to your west, northwest, potential tornado on the ground. At least that's what it appears like, if not a very strong low-level rotation that is moving east. And here's Mike. This is going to pass just to his north. And so he's going to allow this to pass right above him, right north of him. And we can, this thing, 100 mile an hour. That's the most we've seen all night. And we've had tornadoes on the ground. So for our folks that live northeast of Faro, Wilson, Henrietta, take cover now. This is a very dangerous situation as this storm is now ramped back up. Tornado warning in effect. We can see great gate-to-gate shear. So we're looking at almost 60 mile an hour winds going away from the radar and about 70 mile an hour winds going towards the radar. And where they meet is where we have that tornado. So it's just wrapping up, and it is incredibly strong right there where we see it. Look at that. Yeah, look at Viper just really locked in on this one. And so there could be a potential significant tornado now lifting more northeast towards Wilson. Put a lapse on this, and we're going to watch this. So it is now really strengthening as it gets closer to the Wilson area. And like I said earlier, sometimes these things kind of cycle through. Sometimes they weaken and then they increase again. And this hopefully maybe is the strongest that we're going to see this. Let's hope that is the case, because we want this to continue to weaken as we go through the next 30 minutes. So let's give you the latest storm track on the potential tornado now as that continues to track to the northeast about 20 miles per hour. That's going to take into Wilson at 10:07, Schulter at 10:20, Grayson at 10:34, Morris 10:44, and Hitchita at 10:56. Again, this is south of Tulsa, southwest of Okmulgee. We've got James Rogers, Damon Lewis watching this just to their southwest. Very impressive rotation northwest of Mike. Mike, do we have you back on again? So Mike, that rotation is just impressive, just to your northwest. Can you see anything at all from your perspective?
I'm about to be at a point where I think I'll be able to see underneath it. And I'm here at Business 75 exit, just west of Henrietta on I-40. And I'm going to pull off right here, look northwest. And, I mean, if I'm not seeing power flash there, I'd be surprised. I mean, that's probably one of the...
Okay, so again, we're going to watch this storm continue to track closer to where Mike's at. Again, he's on Interstate 40, just to his northwest. We're going to see that area of strong rotation right now move to the northeast towards Highway 75. So as Mike is well aware, as he gets closer, it's going to try to move a little further northeast away from him. And it's going to be rather difficult to getting closer to that. And look at this. This is not a good sign. This is not a good sign at all. We have incredible shear right in the East 150th Road area, or 1050 Road. And let's see, just right next to the county line, there's more likely a tornado on the ground in this area. Our Viper showing that potential. Let's cancel out of there. So this is moving to the northeast quite rapidly. And this is the area of rotation that's very strong just to the northwest of where Mike's at. So that's moving to the northeast. Put a lapse on this, and it weakened, and now it's re-intensifying. So again, right in this vicinity, we have some very strong inflow and very strong shear along this area of rotation right now as it continues to move northeast towards Highway 75. So tornado warning goes in effect all the way to the east towards Highway 75, but this is a dangerous situation as this moves to the northeast. Very heavy rain. More than likely it is rain wrapped. More than likely this is rain wrapped. So I know, Michael, this is getting a little away from your area, but clear indicators on Viper that there's more than likely a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, we just got off the turnpike heading back north toward Henrietta, so we're going to be catching up with this storm here and seeing a lot more lightning. We're back into the rain now as we've come a little farther north. And coming up on the mileage sign, we're about 12 miles south now of Henrietta, working north. So we're going to be in pretty good position on this storm very shortly.
Okay, good. Keep with us on that. John, do we have any new updates from the weather office that you could share?
No new updates, but Mike, as we were saying, that's about 150 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear there now showing up southeast of Sunrise. That's the best looking couplet I've seen in the past at least 45 minutes with this storm. So it's just got another scan in here, and it's weakened just a tad, but it's still there. That couplet's still very tight and strong there near the Wilson area. So each scan by scan here, it's kind of ramping up, ramping back down, but certainly some very tight, pronounced low-level rotation there in between Sunrise and Wilson. It's going to go north of Henrietta. So it's going to go likely in between Okmulgee and Henrietta, Mike.
Okay, and so again, let's go back to Viper. It seems like when it reaches its peak, it's pretty much going to fizzle thereafter. That's been the trend tonight. When it really ramps up, about a minute or two later in the next scan, then it's starting to fizzle. But again, this could just be part of that cycling process, as we still see the indicator of very strong low-level rotation within this. So nothing to let our guard down whatsoever as this approaches Wilson with a potential, at least high probability of this creating a tornado. So that's high. Scanlon again reverting back to the east. He's going to now realize he's got to get back north. We've got Sagar heading north as well. We've got Damon Lewis, who is south of the Muskogee area, who can get maybe a good perspective to southwest, but unlikely because this thing would probably be rain wrapped. So this is not, it's kind of the triangle of no man's land out here, as we see very low self coverage as well in this vicinity. So this is going to move northeast of Sunrise. Tornado still potential is high moving into Wilson right now. And yeah, this is, wow. So more likely there is a tornado on the ground southwest of Wilson. Damon, let's take a look at his view, what it looks like as he travels south along 75. And you can see just a lot of heavy rainfall. There's the rotation to his southwest. You can see the lightning, and lightning's a good indicator how strong the thunderstorm is, and we've seen a lot of lightning associated with this storm indeed. Back to velocities, and let's go to base velocities here. We still have that rotation in Wilson. This is rain wrapped. It's just in the middle of a soaking torrential rainfall. Damon, to your southwest, we have that tornado warning, that strong wind with the potential for damaging winds and the tornado in there. Can you see anything to your southwest?
I'm noticing. Hold on, I have the tornado warning going off. Right now, I'm seeing the lightning pick up quite a bit to the south and southwest, especially the southwest. I'm at East 20th Street and Highway 75 in Muskogee. I'm getting ready to head south a little bit, see if I can get a better view without pushing it too far and driving into it. But right now in Muskogee, still a little bit of flash flooding going on. The rain has never really stopped, so some of these intersections are still flooded out, and still some ponding. If you're driving on the outside lanes of the highway, it's probably a good idea to move to the inside lanes. The outside lanes, especially going through Muskogee, are pretty flooded. So.
All right, let's get Scanlon. Thank you so much, Damon. I appreciate you greatly. He's going to be watching that as it gets closer to the Muskogee area. Let's get Mike Scanlon back on the line, our lead chaser out in the field, who's watching this to his northwest, still showing signs of strong rotation to his northwest. Let's go to you, Mike. Mike, give us an update on what you're seeing right now with that area of rotation to your northwest.
Well, I'm seeing what might be the developing of a new circulation here, pretty close to town. I'm right on 75 here in Main Street, and looks like a pretty low-hanging area here along the apex of the RFD. That might be the new circulation, but the old circulation is tucked back up there in the rain to my west, and there's not a lot of lightning back there to give me good eyeballs on it. But we know it's back there, and there was one right there. So yeah, definitely a low-hanging wall back there, wrapped in the rain, Mike.
And what are the winds like heading into that storm?
The inflow is not incredible, but it is, it's enough that it feels like we're still in some unstable area. At the surface, I do believe this is right along the warm front. So, this thing might go the same way that the old Muskogee earlier storm did, where this is about the point where it started to kind of let go. But, as of right now, that circulation persists back there in the rain. I can see underneath it, Mike.
All right. Thank you very much, Mike. Just chime in. We'll put you on hold for just a second. Let's go to Michael Sagar, our lead meteorologist out in the field. Michael in the Art Turley Roofing storm truck. Michael, give us an update on what you're seeing as that storm, as you get closer to that area. And, of course, we'll be looking at a shot right now. This is on our live. Okay, Michael, give us an update.
All right, we are now 5 miles south of I-40 here, coming up the turnpike into Henrietta. And as we come north, getting a little bit more visual here of the structure of the storm. If you look to the top of your screen, you can see some clouds that are getting pulled in from the right, that inflow that's getting pulled into this circulation. And I'm trying my best to visualize it. If you don't mind, Mike, just give me an update of where the circulation is. I've lost radar capability. I believe you said it's just north of I-40, but I just want to make sure as I come north that I am not going to drive into anything.
Michael, the rotation's still near Wilson, so about 7 miles west of Highway 75, about 8 miles northwest of the 75 I-40 corridor, moving to the northeast, north of Shoulder. So you're still pretty far south of it, and you're in good position to keep moving forward north.
All right. I appreciate that, Mike. But, yeah, definitely seeing an uptick in the cloud-to-ground lightning here as we've gotten north here, working a little bit closer to this storm. But we'll continue to track north here as we come here into Henrietta. But obviously, just a busy evening. We've had that warm front right along this zone, and we're seeing those storms spin up right along that front.
That's right, and that's right. And we've seen these things torque up, and then they weaken, then torque back up. This storm is losing. Well, it's I say that, and then I have to backtrack just a bit. There is still some rotation within the Wilson area that is moving to the northeast towards Mulkey. Let me give you the track on this activity as it moves to the northeast. Stand by. This would be heading the area of rotation I mentioned, moving towards Shoulder right now. So the area of rotation is going to cross Highway 75 between Brundage and Shoulder, the way it appears right now. And let me give a track on that area of rotation, moving to the north and northeast, about 25 miles per hour. And that would impact Shoulder at about 1022. Morris at 1039, Hitchita at 1049, Council Hill at 1103 as that continues to move northeast. So, Michael, the area of rotation still to your north-northwest. If you're just encountering Henrietta, again, it is still a little. Let me do mileage real quick. Let me. As far as it is, exactly 7 miles to the northwest of Henrietta, and 5 miles west of Shoulder is where the rotation currently is. And that's moving to the northeast, east-northeast. It might be taking a little more of a right turn towards Shoulder, but that's where we have it right now. And what's your location again?
We are now just 1 mile from I-40 here on the turnpike, so we're coming up into Henrietta right now, a mile south of Henrietta. So we're getting in really good position on this storm. And as the lightning flashes here, I can actually start to see a little bit more of that base that you're talking about, where that circulation would be off into the distance to the north and to the west.
That's right. And so that inflow, it continues to, bring a lot of strong winds. It's trying to be sucked right into that storm as it slowly moves east. And still we're locked in on it with Viper. And you can see as I put this in a 3D here, what also it's showing is strong wind potential further south. So just west of where Michael's at, there's some strong winds on the leading edge of that thunderstorm line, which is not too uncommon with this type of situation. So again, very, very strong area of rotation continues near Wilson. Let's see, at least in the latest scan, it's weakened some. And so it looks like it's trying to gust out a little bit. It's trying to hopefully not, kind of cycle through again, but it is trying to gust out some, Michael. So it is weakened just in the last scan as it gets closer to Shoulder, which is great. We don't want any towns impacted by any tornadoes, obviously. But this storm continues to move east. And Michael, I mean, a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. Is a lot of lightning still associated with that area that you're looking at?
Absolutely. We've had a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes associated with this. It's just unbelievable lightning, an unbelievable amount of lightning, and how quick the storm recharges and fires another strike. Just highly electric thunderstorms this evening.
Indeed. And so this has just been a mess of a rain situation, too. We've got more storms developing out west. They're not intense as they are to areas to the south, but we're still seeing some more scattered showers and thunderstorms to our southwest of Tulsa that's moving towards the metro region, which will cause some flash flooding concern. The tornado watch has been extended until 4 a.m. for much of southeast Oklahoma. And so, it's still going to be busy and still going to be ramping up as we go through the nighttime hours. No rest for the weary, that's for certain. So the rain continues to impact Coweta down towards the Mulkey area. Mike Scantlin is watching this as well. Mike, that area of rotation just close to that, give us an idea of what you're looking at.
Actually kind of died down as I've gotten closer to the base of this thing. And, I haven't had good eyeballs under it since the last time we talked because of the trees with it. But the lack of surface winds feeding into this thing, it's very rain-wrapped. So I'm sure it's sucking in a bunch of stable air, and it's just trying to hold on. But, it's the mesocyclone is still there. We still need to treat it. It still has a tornado warning on it. So, but that's a good trend. It's looking like it's trending down just like the last one did as it approached US 75 here south of Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, once it gets a little further past that warm front, it's just losing its characteristics. They have not extended that tornado warning. I think that goes on until for another minute, right, John? I guess I can click on that. Hold on. Let's go back to radar real quick. And so this tornado warning goes until, till 10:30. So we have another 15 minutes. We'll see if this is extended east. We still have that area of rotation, so it's not anything that we can let our guards down with. It's just not as impressive as it was. And so we do have rotation right now in the Wilson area, and you can see it's kind of almost gusting out and not as organized whatsoever as it was earlier. And now we're hoping that that trend continues, Mike, as this moves a little closer to Highway 75. Looking at Viper, yeah, it's definitely weakening. Excuse me. So it is weakening northwest of the Henrietta area. It looks like we're starting to see maybe some strong winds in your vicinity. Maybe it's gusting out some and sending out some heavier or stronger winds towards Dewar. Mike, what was your location again?
I am, hold on a second. I am almost to Shuttler here, and the circulation's just west of me. Actually, that last scan, it did kind of torque up just a little bit. I'm watching underneath it. I can see underneath it. I mean, it's just right here, but I haven't seen any power flashes or anything like that. Circulation would be just a couple miles west of me here. And, I'm not seeing any crazy wind shifts or anything that would suggest that, it's pulling in some good inflow. And I also, I haven't experienced any type of gusting out, downdraft type of wind either. So, it kind of stuck somewhere in limbo there in between. But lightning's actually ramping up quite a bit back underneath it. I'm going to try and get some eyeballs on it. There's a lot of trees in the way.
Yeah.
It's pretty, a lot of hills and trees out here.
It's fizzling, Mike. It really is fizzling, which is a trend we want to see continue. Let's see, severe thunderstorm warning, a tornado possible. Let's see, for Haskell, McIntosh, Muskogee, Mulkey, and Pittsburgh County. And so that's that storm, that's the severe thunderstorm warning has been extended east now. Yeah, there's the new warning that just popped up. And so not extending the tornado warning just yet, which we hope is going to be the trend. We're going to have to keep watching that. It has weakened considerably just in the past few minutes. The tornado warning officially goes until 10:30 tonight. We look at velocities, and it's not that impressive, which is good. Maybe some strong winds, but the general trend for it has been for it to weaken, and really, it's almost now completed its process of merging with that other cell that was the big one that was there earlier. And so, what could happen though is maybe further south we get some rotation developed down towards further south towards the Henrietta area. We'll have to watch out for. But again, this is weakened considerably, not as strong as it was. We still have some very weak rotation with it, and still some shear indicators with it. But could mean because it's gusting out some and sending some strong winds. Let's check in with meteorologist John Haverfield in the Storm Center with an update. John?
Yeah, Mike, on weather too, I've been watching scan by scan here, and I want to take you back in time just a few minutes ago. This is when the rotation was the strongest, and you can see those reds and greens are right next to each other right there, And that's when we know that was some strong rotation to the west of Wilson. But now, as we go forward in time, watch how that area separates and dissipates. That's what we call, things are decoupling and we're not looking at a couplet, so to speak, anymore. We were seeing some strong rotation, so that rotation has broadened out and it looks like it's occluded further north now, and it just went kind of due north once it hit the Wilson area. We also had a report from someone who's in Wilson who said they had 60 mile per hour winds and some quarter-size hail. So they likely got some winds, most likely some inflow winds associated with that circulation near the Wilson area just a few minutes ago. I've also been looking at the correlation coefficient. Haven't seen any indications of any type of debris in the air, so that is some good news as well. So starting to downtrend in terms of really tight circulation like it once was, Mike.
And that's great news, but there is some strong wind potential south of the Henrietta area, as I think this storm is cycling and weakening, but it's gusting out, as I mentioned. So with that, you could deal with some strong damaging winds. Stand by real quick. Let me bring. Okay, so we do have Damon Lewis, who is on the phone with us right now. Damon, are you still in the Okmulgee area?
No, I'm just north of Schulter. We're getting torrential rains. We got some maybe dime to a few quarter-sized pieces of hail coming down. The winds they were real strong out of the northwest a moment ago, and I can't even tell right now it's raining so hard. It looks like they're more out of the west. So, yeah, torrential rain, quite a bit of lightning to my south and southwest, and the hail is ongoing. It's not enough to cover the road, but we definitely got some hail coming down.
Excuse me.
Most of it, like I said, most of the hail, most of it's probably penny size. I think there were a few quarters in there. There were some pretty loud dings on the truck. But the lightning and rain is immensely intense right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Damon. A lot of rain, a lot of talking on our end, I can tell you that much, as we've been going on straight since 6:30. So excuse me while I clear my throat there. But the rain has been just truly impressive. We still find more showers and thunderstorms back to the west. If you're tuning in and you want to see the forecast, let me give it to you straight here. More rain and thunderstorms. Let me clear this out. For our Thursday, 73 degrees, mid-70s on Friday, and then hot for the weekend. Look at this, temperatures climbing to near 90 degrees as we head to Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Slight chances for storms. We're going to need time to dry out. The rain that's still on the way for tonight and tomorrow is going to be significant, and the flooding is going to be incredible as well. This is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Rain and thunderstorms in the area, temperatures in the 50s to lower 60s. And then by 5 o'clock, the thunderstorms beginning to push east of the area, but it's going to take some time. And this area here in east central Oklahoma has just seen, unfortunately, a huge amount of rain across the area. Temperatures at this late hour in the mid 60s, some cooler rain, cooled air in the 50s. You can kind of see where the warm front is right in this general vicinity. And then areas north of the warm front are in the cool sector, so it's 58 in Bartlesville. And then McAllister, 75 degrees. And still a lot of untapped, unstable air down there. So we're going to have to watch that closely as this continues through the late night hours. Outside right now under Wade's RV Weather Camera Network, plenty of showers that continue. And that rain is going to continue as we go through the next couple of 24 hours, I guess you could say. Let's go back to Mike Scantlin. Mike, that area of rotation is now upon you. It is definitely not as impressive as it was earlier. Can you verify that from the ground?
I'm getting a little bit of wind shifts here and some hail as well. I had about some 1-inch hailstones about 5 minutes ago, but right now I'm getting some light northerlies here, probably 20, 25. So the circulation would be just to my south here, I believe. I'm not getting any radar updates here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if the National Weather Service radar is down or what is going on, but I'm not getting radar updates. So I'm going to punch north here and just get out of the way of this thing, just out of caution here, Mike.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that. But again, I'll give you an update on the radar here. The rotation area is very weak, very, very weak. to near non-existent. So and that's why the tornado warning is not being issued further east. Not that we're out of the woods just yet. I mean, this thing is the little engine that could almost, and still showing signs of some very, very weak rotation, mainly just strong winds and the possibility for some hail. And we can see that hail indicator, what Mike had mentioned and what David had mentioned, inch in diameter. So that takes it up to quarter size hail. So, big picture again across the region. Severe thunderstorm warning now extending east towards Aram, towards Council Hill. We've got Mark Folta watching this activity, but again, strong winds, a lot of unstable air down in Pittsburgh County. So I'm afraid we're just not through with it yet, as we have to deal with probably a long night of a lot of activity. You can see the showers and storm showers southwest are building now, pushing to the northeast. More storms out in the Stillwater area, Guthrie. This is going to continue to track northeast towards the metro region. So as you imagine, a lot of rain expected during the overnight hours. And this is going to cause some significant flooding conditions here in northeast Oklahoma. As we watch the tornado warning, it's going to be allowed to expire here shortly. Let me pause this, as the area of rotation now would be east of where the tornado warning is. John, have they canceled that tornado warning?
They're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to watch an additional area of rotation, and I was just eyeing that as well, just to the southeast of Henrietta. Looks like it kind of morphed, and we're seeing a little bit of a hook appendage there to the southeast of Henrietta. That's the new updraft base. The one we were looking at before has completely occluded, but they're going with a severe thunderstorm warning, so we may be tornado warning free here in the next 5 minutes, Mike.
And that would be great news. So let's go back to Scantland. Mike, to your southeast is where the new area of rotation is developed. Let me turn off the lighting so I can really take that back. Let me take that off. There we go. And we're going to look to the southeast of him. Let's go back to reflectivity. And so what he was saying is, there we go. So this area right here is where we'd watch for the potential for some rotation, and that sure enough is what we're seeing. And I was telling you that earlier. I was afraid that it was going to develop more southeast as this kind of fizzles out. So Mike, the rotation now is just to your southeast, the only area of rotation that we're seeing. And didn't you say you had west winds in your area?
No, I had northerlies where I was at.
Okay.
But, earlier when I was in Henrietta, I could tell that the RFE was kind of becoming was kind of bowing out a little bit and trying to suck in a new updraft. And there was a little bit of rotation right over Henrietta on the apex of that RFE where that new updraft was kind of taking over and the old one occluding to the north. So that all makes perfect sense to me. And, right now I'm just trying to keep it between the mustard and the mayonnaise here on 75. An incredible amount of rainfall here and just a lot of water on the road, Mike.
And I appreciate your reports. Let's check in with Karen at the news desk.
Well, Mike, for the second time this week, the community of Seminole is dealing with the aftermath of a tornado. The National Weather Service rated Monday night's twister as an EF1. It is going to take time before we know what tonight's storm is rated. Take a look. We'd also have coverage of, all right, we have it for you now. The rotation started just after 6:30. It wasn't much, but it was there. Just 15 minutes later, a tornado developed, dropping from the sky on the central Oklahoma town. No word yet on just how big the funnel was, but it certainly looked significant and left behind destruction. As you can see, several buildings damaged, others destroyed, while even more appear untouched, at least from this viewpoint. Our own meteorologist and storm chaser Michael Sagar was on the ground there shortly after the twister left the area, driving through town, finding debris and damage all along the way. And that storm wasn't done. After moving out of the Seminole area, another twister reported on the ground about 40 miles away in Okemah. We do have a crew on the way there. We will let you know on air and at KGRH.com exactly what they find out. We also want to tell you in Muskogee, a large amount of rainfall has created another problem. Smith Ferry Road is shut down at 45th and 55th because the bridge is at risk of collapsing. It's a small bridge there. Muskogee County's Commissioner there. Ken Doak telling us the last flood that went through the area damaged the drain. So with tonight's storm, they decided to shut it down to try and prevent it from collapsing. Now, we also want to say that OG&E is reporting over 12,000 people our customers without power tonight, many in Muskogee County, Seminole County, over 8,000. That is where that tornado touched down earlier tonight, what we believe to be a tornado. Pottawatomie County, about 550 as well. Hughes County, about 2,500 customers. So a lot of people across the state without power. PSO also dealing with that with over 630. And the Oklahoma Electric Co-ops, they are seeing all along those storm tracks that we've been following throughout the night, definitely seeing outages there. Mike, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Karen. Let's go ahead and give you an update. I'll give you your forecast once again as we look at just the significant amount of rain as that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. Big picture here, we'll go back to, bear with me here. I'm going to go ahead and just play the show here. Just a second here as we watch. I think my clicker's battery's even dead. But let's start here. Let's go ahead and show you radar again. Big picture, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Okmulgee, the Shelter area, Henrietta, where we are seeing very heavy rainfall, and this extends to the northeast towards Muskogee. And so there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, the Storm Prediction Center still showing a significant tornado threat still south. I think the highest threat right now is going to be across Pittsburgh County, east towards Poto, and eventually fizzling some as it reaches northwest Arkansas. So we had that tornado threat, as we mentioned, along Interstate 40. Additional rainfall totals are going to be significant. Look at this. Through tomorrow, an additional inch to 3 to 4 inches of rainfall. And this is going to cause potentially some historic flooding conditions as that rain continues to fall over the same areas. This is our future track radar. So we have the thunderstorms in the area now. And as we head through the rest of the nighttime hours, still moderate to heavy rain, possibly even across the metro region. Tomorrow morning's commute is going to be wet. It's going to be stormy. Here's the 7 o'clock hour. Numerous showers and thunderstorms in the area. As we head towards the 10:30 hour, still some scattered showers. But look at the trend in the temperatures. It's going to be impressive because some of the data actually has our highs in the mid-90s by Monday, but with almost 5 to 10 inches of rainfall in this time frame, it's going to be difficult to get a storm that hot or that high because the saturated air is more difficult to warm than dry air. So that should be interesting to see if we can ever get above that. All right, so the weekend, 83 on Saturday, 90 degrees on Sunday with hot conditions for our Sunday afternoon. It will be a steamy weekend, that's for sure. As we look outside right now on our Wade's RV Weather Camera Network, it is mild with showers and thunderstorms in the area. East winds at 6 miles per hour. We reach 66 degrees today as the air keeps warming, and it keeps warming across the area. 58 in the metro, Okmulgee at 62 degrees, Grove at 59. Then as we head towards the 5 o'clock hour, 70s for highs as we head into our 5 o'clock hour. TJ, if you don't mind me counting down to the Tonight Show, I'd appreciate that. 73 is going to be our high for our Friday as those showers and thunderstorms begin to shift to the east of us into Grand Lake, Tahlequah, Stigler, and the Rogers, Arkansas area. That's where the best chance rain is going to be at 5 o'clock, but dry weather is anticipated for the region. All right, so thunderstorms likely through the mid-morning hours, through the early afternoon hours, wet weather likely, and then things heat up. 90 degrees as we head towards Sunday afternoon, 90 on Monday, upper 80s for Tuesday, Wednesday, 87 on Thursday. Then as we head towards this weekend, temperatures in the lower 80s, or next weekend, lower 80s, and a chance for thunderstorms. And I feel like we've already dealt with enough severe weather to cover us for the rest of the season. For all I care, I wish it would just be over and done with. Let's go over to Karen Larson back to the news desk with an update. Karen?
I just wanted to let our viewers know that OG&E has just released a statement saying that they are saddened to see significant damage caused by a tornado that swept through Seminole and communities nearby just days after the community began recovering from a Monday night tornado. They are saying severe storm damage in Tecumseh, Cromwell, Bowlegs, Lima, Maud, New Lima, Payton, Wowoka, and Wolf. Again, that's Seminole, the main area that they're talking about, but other communities that have been impacted by the storms tonight: Tecumseh, Cromwell, Bowlegs, Lima, Maud, New Lima, Payton, Wowoka, and Wolf. So they plan to partner with local officials to try and help get the power restored in those areas as quickly as they can. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to radar right now. We're going to check in with meteorologist Michael Sagar. All right, let's go to Damon Lewis right now in Okmulgee. And Damon, give us an update in your spot.
Mike, I am southbound or northbound on 75 coming into Muskogee, about a mile south. Highway 75 is covered in one spot with 1 to 2 feet of water, and in another spot at about 3 feet of water. It's very dangerous driving. Coming into Okmulgee right now, Highway 75 is covered in spots, but it's Highway 75 should be closed. Southbound or northbound 75 should be closed 1 mile south of Okmulgee. The flooding is pretty significant in Okmulgee right now.
All right, thank you so much, Damon. We appreciate that report. Just excessive amount of rainfall. Karen, again, earlier today, the damage was significant, and of course, you had a report on that. So let's head back over to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Well, for the second time this week, as we've mentioned, the community of Seminole is really dealing with the aftermath of the tornado. The National Weather Service is rating Monday night's twister an EF1, and they say it's going to take some time before we know what tonight's.
All right. Holy crap. There is, oh my gosh. That area, if you guys are in Cromwell, you guys are so familiar with tornadoes. You guys,
The thunderstorm warning is only in effect until 11:15.
yeah. You guys are, let's just say, might be about to get another one. So we're just southeast of Frederick. Where, that is a nice velocity couplet on this tornado warning. The tornado warning is in effect until 11 p.m. for Central Cotton and Central Tillman counties. Okay. West Central, my bad. So this is west. And this is central. And that is west. This is east. This is central. This is east. Hey, you want a lot loving? So, all of McIntosh County is practically under severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tagged. Most of McIntosh County. And so, we're gonna keep an eye on these storms in Oklahoma. Let's go to McIntosh County. And oh yeah, we're seeing 80 mile an hour. Holy shit. 100. God dang, bro. 134. 134 mile per hour wind gusts. No matter what, this is a very, very strong storm. And right to the southwest of that, you're getting 30s on top of 60s. You ain't comparing that. 38 mile an hour.
Well, you don't need to be live streaming right now.
Okay. We will be back later. If not tomorrow. We are going to be ending. I love you guys. Peace out.